Good evening and welcome along to the second instalment of this Modus Super Saturday from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. This afternoon, Gemma Hayter took home the WADC Tour title, and this evening we're going to find out who is going to be into the Modus Super Series Champions Week. We've got 6 superb players, 6 different nationalities, no less, in action this evening. It should be a blockbuster night of darts. We're going to be watching it in the company of Keegan Brown and Paul Nicholson. Paul, you've been with us pretty much with every single dart this week in week 9. What will be your overall thoughts and assessment of it?
Some great stories. I think Alex winning Group A, that was really good. And it was really nice for him to win that on his birthday as well. But maybe the emergence of 2 debutants over the last couple of days especially, that's been really bright. Because Romeo Gerbavac, we knew he was good. He's shone at times this week with some really good, consistent and explosive play. Dean Finn was excellent as well, so many possibilities tonight.
Keegan, we were here this afternoon for the WADC Championship Tour Finals. We'll talk about Gemma Hayter in just a second, but first of all, what an afternoon we had here at the Live Lounge.
Oh, it was brilliant. You know, the standard that the ladies played at this afternoon, well, I'll take my hat off to them. No, it was a really good afternoon of darts, and yeah, Gemma won it.
As you say, Gemma Hayter was the player that prevailed. She beat Fallon Sherrock 4-0 in the final earlier on this afternoon. She was in trouble in the quarterfinal against Angela Kirkwood, was 2-0, 3-1 down, evaded a match start. But then from the semi-finals onwards, she played at a level that was just too good for the rest of the field.
Yeah, definitely. I think when she played Dita, she went off a 13 and 11 darter when she was 2-1 down. So yeah, it was weird because Gemma always had her back against the wall by the final. And yeah, well-deserved victory.
She actually said to me on stage, wow, that's heavy. She's going to have to get used to lifting titles. And what a comeback year. In January, she got inspired by the Luke Littler effect. She hadn't thrown for ages. She then decided to take it more seriously in the springtime, and she's had success ever since.
She has, and she's already got a head start in the race for the match play for next year. And that is something that she will definitely be at, in my opinion. She's just in that bracket of the elite women players now. So something to shoot for in 2025. But if she starts 2025 really brightly the way she's ending it, who knows what could be next? Because Bo Greaves might have a few more rivals than she's had over the last couple of years.
And just finally a thought on Fallon Sherrock and the day that she had. She lost out in the final to Gemma in the end.
Yeah, to be fair, Fallon didn't do a lot wrong. In the quarterfinals and the semi, she played really consistent and she played well. But in the final, I think she missed a couple of darts, and that was it. 1 dart at each double in the first 3. She didn't take her opportunities, and Gemma did.
So Gemma Hayter, the WADC Championship Tour winner. That tour will resume at the beginning of 2025. We'll give you more details over the course of tonight's programme. But to the serious action here at the Super Series, where week 9 is about to come to its culmination. These are the 6 players that have booked their ticket through to the finale. Alex Spellman won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Last night, we saw Romeo Gerbavac win all 4 games to qualify through. Andy Boulton and Martin Turner joined him, whilst Dean Finn and Brian Raman won through on a topsy-turvy Friday afternoon in Group C. Let's have a look at the week chronologically. We begin with Group A. That was what we were watching on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. It was Alex Spellman that won the group. 22 points. There's a 4-point gap between him and Romeo Gerbavac, but that doesn't tell any story at all, does it, Nick?
Not at all. At one point, we thought that we were going to have 4 or 5 players on 16 points. It didn't pan out that way because that's how it works on Wednesdays. People go in one direction, people go in another. There was one key match, and that was when Alex played against Andy Boulton. Alex won that match by 4 legs to 3, and then he thrived from that, and other people couldn't catch him after that. It was just a really interesting first 3 days. It gave us a few clues as to what could happen for the rest of the week. But, if anything, the clues, they turned into almost something that was a bit of a joke, because you thought people going into Group C, maybe they're not going to have a good week. But as it turns out, things can change from Wednesday to Thursday.
Well, that was the story of Group A. We then divvied the players up into Groups B and C respectively. The night sessions were all about Group B, and Group B was brilliant this week. Romeo Gerbavac won it in the end. The top 3 players made it through on 10 points, and Romeo Keegan averaged 90 or more in all 8 games he played in that group. The type of consistency which at this level is going to get you a lot of results.
Yeah, definitely. You think if you're averaging over 90, best of 7 legs, you're almost at home, aren't you? Because a lot of people, they average mid-80s and it gives the other person an opportunity. But as you can see here, well, it's faultless. Brilliant darts.
And when you say at home, that's pretty much you're in and around 5-6 visits, aren't you, every single leg?
Yeah, definitely. And, it just shows here, especially this week, if you're throwing out a 90 average, you're going to make the Saturday.
What about Andy Boulton? It just feels like he does exactly what he does every single time he's here.
8 out of 8 now in making Saturdays in this kind of week. I know he hasn't made a Saturday in a Champions Week yet, but his record here is something that we have to just clap for. He's so consistent, and he is a player who doesn't get anywhere near the credit he deserves, but every time he walks into this building, we try and give him as much credit as he deserves. And there are people who are playing tonight who are on debut. That's Dean, that's Romeo. Martin Turner is making his first appearance in a Saturday night, and it took him 7 attempts to get here. Andy makes it every time. It's not an easy thing to do. He just makes it look a little simpler than it actually is.
You mentioned Martin. We were both sat in the studio alongside him last night, and you could tell that, first of all, the relief on his face, but also how much excitement there is around his game. He looks in such a good place.
Well, myself and Keegan will agree on this point, because when a dart is put in your hands and you start throwing it and you get that eureka feeling of, ooh, these are quite good, and then you start practicing with them and playing with them in competitive matches, and they're still doing these eureka things, you start to think, this might be the best part of my career. He's just done something he's never done before, and who's to say he won't do something else?
Well, that's the story of Group B. Group C was dramatic on Friday afternoon. Dean Finn went through the card. It was actually a 7-player group because Richard North withdrew on Friday morning, so Lloyd Walker took his space on the final day of proceedings. Dean Finn won it, completed the card on Friday. Brian Raman won a winner-takes-all game against Jensen Walker right at the end of the session. We'll begin, Keegan, by talking about Dean Finn. Qualified for the ADC, won for the Irish circuit. Really good youth player, came through the development tour around about the same time as you, pretty much. Hasn't quite happened in his senior career so far, but it looks like he's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, for a lot of people, the difference between their youth and senior, I was always fortunate where mine clicked overnight, and a lot of people, it doesn't click for a good couple of years, but then all of a sudden, they're bang on target, aren't they? So, yeah, to be fair to Dean, it takes a lot of bottle to be playing where you were a long time ago, and to be back playing at your best on this was absolutely fantastic.
He's mentioned an underdog spirit. He saw the odds on Monday and he said that he felt like it was kind of written off a little bit. When you're in that situation, how much can you just channel and actually fuel that fire a little bit for you?
It's a weird. I think like Nico will back me up here. When you're playing in a big TV event and you see your name's not on the the betting, it puts a bit of fire in your belly because you think, do you know what? I'm going to prove you wrong.
And what about Brian Raman and that game against Jensen Walker yesterday afternoon? Jensen had opportunities, and I bet he was crestfallen once he walked out the building. But Brian Raman held his nerve when it really mattered.
Yes, he did. You've got to give Brian credit for that because he's had a very tough week. Ups and downs on the hockey, stuff happening off the hockey as well. He's still here. He's still got a chance of a first weekly title. But that game, I'm not really sure how it could have been more heartbreaking for Jensen. 3-0 up, loses 4-3, had darts to win, and the situation at the end, he looked like someone who was struggling with how uncomfortable he felt on the stage in that key moment. It is something that Jensen will learn from. I hope it's not something that causes problems for the rest of the season. It shouldn't. It should make him stronger. But Brian held it together, and that's purely because he's got more experience.
So those are the 6 players that are going to be in action this evening. These are how the players are going to be split up. We'll play a group stage at the beginning of the evening. 2 groups of 3. The top 2 make it through to the semi-finals, where it's a straight knockout from that point onwards. The winner of the night will qualify for Champions Week. Let's have a look at the 2 groups. We'll talk about Group 1 with you first, Keegan, because you look at that. Alex Spellman, Andy Boulton and Brian Raman, they'll all feel like they've drawn the short straw, won't they?
Yeah, definitely. Just looking at these 2 groups here, if you're in Group 2, 2 of you have got the golden ticket, haven't you, to get to the semis? And, the quality in that first group, it's going to be a coin toss.
In terms of Group 2, you've got a couple of debutants in there. You've got Martin Turner, who's playing in a first finals night here at the Super Series. Keegan's kind of mentioned that it feels like an opportunity knocks kind of group.
Yeah, I think Romeo goes into that group as the favourite because he's righted the wrongs of Group A. He's now not only got the most explosive game in his locker because he's done it more than anybody this week, averaging 109 and 104, but he's also shown the consistency over the last couple of days. So against Turner, who he's played, beaten and lost to over the last couple of days, Dean Finn has got a really tough task. I think they're 2 very even groups, in fact, but for me, Romeo's the favourite of Group 2.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookies think about this evening's action. I want to get your perspective on this, Keegan. Is there any surprises? Spellman goes off favourite 9-4. Bolton heavily backed. Is there anybody that could represent a little bit of value this evening?
I think Martin Turner, 15-2. I think that's a fantastic bet. He's got a good opportunity, and why not grab it with both hands?
Romeo for me. The way he's changed from Monday morning to Friday night. He lost his first 2 games of the week, and he lost one of them when he was 3-0 up. At that point, he could easily crumble and have a dreadful week. If anything, it made him better. And this is a player that we are going to see a lot of the next 12 months. It's not just going to be here. He might not even come back after this year. He's that good. And this place has had such a profound effect on him the last couple of days. I think him in the middle, I'm not sure that's right.
Well, chaps, thank you very much for now. We will hear from you in the commentary box shortly. To our first game of the evening session, Alex Spellman and Brian Raman. Not a bad way to start, is it? A battle of the United States and Belgium here on the south coast of England. And early on this evening, I caught up with both players. Brian, topsy-turvy week here at the Super Series. What would be your overall assessment?
I'm just happy to be here on Saturday. Like I said yesterday in my interview, I didn't have a proper practice before this because I got a late call-up because normally there was another Belgian going to play. But he pulled out last week, so I got the very late call. But to play well all week, I think I played well all week, so I'm happy with that.
Do you feel like it's been the most consistent in terms of playing well you've played over the course of a week in this building anyway?
If you leave my first week out, I will say yes. The last 2 times I knew I was going to play here very, very soon, actually. I knew it more than a month before I had to play. So I put too much pressure on myself. I was practicing them, but not the way I should do it. It's just throwing at the board and not really doing something that you have to focus on. So I feel like I did it much better now. It's still a lot of things that I need to change, but I think I did well. My fighting spirit was there, and that's the main thing, because last year on the Pro Tour, that was lacking. So,
in terms of yourself, obviously we've spoken a lot about your injuries and getting back to full fitness. Do you feel like you're getting there now, slowly but surely?
Oh yeah, definitely. In September, I started doing my recovery properly. I never took it serious because I thought it was going over by itself. I was taking ice baths and everything. I still do it now, so it's going much better. I feel that it's better. The last 2 times when I was here, 5 days playing was too much, and now it was starting to be too much yesterday evening. But I had a good relax today and yesterday evening as well. So it will be all right normally today.
In terms of tonight, do you feel like you're overdue one of these weekly titles? And overdue a title in general, a big title?
Well, I had the Italian Open, what was for me a big step, of course, this year. But winning this, well, yeah, with Lakeside just around the corner, this will help me a lot.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Brian. Good luck.
Thank you.
Alex, really good Group A campaign for yourself. A comprehensive winner in the end, although it was a very tough final day to cross the line.
Yeah, I know it looks like I got through pretty comfortably, only losing 4 matches over those 3 days, but probably over half of those were 4-3 victories, so definitely hard-earned.
You must have been really pleased with the level that you played at, and also your battling qualities, because your numbers for the week were really good, but you had to do it in a group where everybody else was pushing you
Right.
to that same level.
Yeah, I had great success last year when I was here in January. I mean, I was in the mid 70s, maybe low 80s when I was playing well. So I didn't want to repeat that. So definitely happy with not only the quality I put up, but the consistency. There was still some sloppy play in there. So hopefully it comes out tonight. I don't know, but that just means that I can still get better.
On a scale to your absolute best, where do you say you are at this present moment in time?
I'd say maybe about an 8. There was some, like I said, some sloppy play in there, some missed doubles, some things I don't normally do when I'm feeling that good. So I'm close to being at my best, but I'm not quite there yet.
We've seen you very dominant in groups during the week in the past, but that one thing that's missing for you here is a Saturday night victory. Is that something that weighs on your mind, and would it just feel like a weight off the shoulders if you won this evening?
No. I mean, the first time I was here, did really well. Didn't make it out of the round robin. Next time I was here, won the group. Lost 4-3 to Bradley Rose with a 90-something in the semifinals. So each time I made finals night, I got a little bit better. So hopefully that trend continues. But seeing the quality that we have all week from all these players, it wouldn't surprise me if I stumble and don't make it across the finish line. But I'd have confidence in me that I will.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Alex, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, what a day we've already seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Gemma Hayter picking up the title in the WADC Tour Championship Finals. But who's going to be the Super Series success story on this Saturday night? Kickstarting the action, Alex Spellman and Brian Raman, 2 heavyweights of this competition going toe-to-toe. Let's hand over then to our commentary team for all of the night's action. It's a very good evening once again to Keegan Brown, and a warm welcome on this Saturday night to Paul Nicholson.
Thanks for that, Henry. Yes, a very chilly night in Portsmouth, but things are about to hot up on the stage because we have 5 players who started the week on Monday and only one person who has played a 2-day group. That is Martin Turner. We will see him in Game 2 against Romeo Gerbavac. George Baker will be your referee for finals night.
First leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on!
We've had one winner on the stage already today with Gemma Hayter. And now we have 9 games for your entertainment on Saturday night to see who the next name is into the hat for Champions
60.
Week. Keegan, at this stage, as 5 darts have been thrown,
100.
who do you think's going to do it?
Wow. That's a question and a half, isn't it? Well, do you know what? Only time will tell. No, to be fair, I think, both these groups this
97.
evening, what a lineup. And I think I alluded to earlier at the beginning of the show that Group 2,
96.
what a golden ticket as such.
I agree with you. I think Group 2 presents a huge opportunity for someone not just to make the semi-finals, but to possibly
140.
go even further than that. Spellman, Boulton, and Raman, the
77.
most experienced 3 players here tonight, and they're all in the same group.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're on
100.
group 2, you don't mind them knocking 10 bangs out of each other, do you? Because you think, you know what?
100.
Get
Alex,
through,
104.
play one of you in the semis. But yeah, I think both of these players there, they've got obviously vast amount of experience. And Alex here looking for tops, and he
Game
does so.
shot in the first leg, Alex Spellman.
That's a rather good start from the person who's had to wait over 2.5 days to come back to the hockey.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
We always talk about that complexity of winning Group A and then having to wait until
50.
Saturday at around 10 to 8 to play your next competitive game. Alex, in his interview on Monday morning, was talking about how
59.
he didn't really have any ambition this week. It was all about using this week to feel better about where he's going with his game.
60.
For any player to win the group, to win Group A outright, it's going to give you it's going to give you a massive confidence boost. So for Alex, he
60.
earned the 2 days off, didn't he? More than anything.
Yes, he did.
He wasn't given it to him by other players. He still had to win matches.
82.
And as he alluded to just before this game started, he was only defeated 4 times in 15 games. That gave him a win
85.
percentage for the week of 73%. That is better than everybody who's here tonight.
133.
And that's the thing, we're very fortunate where a lot of the UK players will come down to Portsmouth, or the European players will, they'll take a couple of hours on a
100.
plane, if that. But, with Alex, he's had to cross the Atlantic just to be with us. And I feel sometimes, with like Leonard Gates as
60.
well, I don't say they take it more serious than the UK and the European players, but I think the fact that they've had to, cross at least 7 hours over the Atlantic just to give it their all, and I think sometimes that makes you
140.
it makes you more focused as such.
116.
Doesn't get the treble. So Spellman can double his lead.
60. Alex, you require 57.
So far, so good for Alex. Double top again.
$37.
Well, that one came over his hand wrong.
Brian, you require 56.
Maybe one of the worst darts he's thrown this week at a bad time. And he pays the penalty
start the
for it.
second leg. Brian Raman.
Brian came through that Group C situation
Third
by
leg is
the
Alex to
finest
throw
of
first.
margins
Game on.
in a shootout match with Jensen Walker. His average for the week from his 25 matches, 85.4.
100.
That is the lowest accumulative average of any player coming into tonight.
57.
But how much does that even matter anymore, Keegan?
Oh, not a lot, nothing at all. Like we were saying earlier in the ladies' competition, where I think obviously Steph
97.
Clark beat Vicky, and according to the bookies, it was a conclusion that obviously Vicky would
100.
beat her quite easily, but that's never the case. And I think with darts, it's you just want to get there, and once you get there, it doesn't matter how well you played the day before or the last week. It's about how you
45.
play now.
And I think that's magnified on Saturday nights as well.
42.
Spellman's missed 2 darts at double to double his lead. The magic formula of making the semi-finals in your group is to win
95.
at least one game and make sure your leg difference is positive. You don't want another situation like last week where it's 9-dart territory.
162. Alex, you require 164.
Now that was brilliant from the noodle, as we call him. He's going to get a look at a shot that has saved 2
89. Brian, you require
World Championship
140.
runs. It's on. Double 16.
124.
And the shot that Rob
Alex,
Cross
you require
hit.
75.
6 years ago now. Almost 7. It's not hit by Raman. Tops again for Spellman.
Game shot in the third leg. Alex Spellman.
He is so cool under pressure. And so articulate when we interview him.
Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first.
He
Game
is
on.
a product that the championship darts circuit and darts in general is very
26.
proud of.
Yeah, definitely. I was very fortunate back in August to go stateside, and it was the first time I met Alex in Florida. It was, and
100.
it was nice to meet. When you it was nice to meet players that you've never came across before. Where you see a lot of them on the CDC, and you think, you know what,
97.
they can all play, but what are they like as individuals? And to be fair, me and Alex hit her off straight away, and he's a really, really nice chap.
140.
But on the hockey, he does turn into this man mountain of a player that is very hard to move.
100.
He's almost like an American Andy Boulton. You know what you're going to get from him? A decent average. He's not going to score a lot of maximums.
140.
He's going to score less than one maximum per match. That's what he does when he comes here. But he still manages
91. Alex,
a weekly average
21.
to date of over 91. And he could go further ahead. He's not going to leave tops this time. Haha.
81.
Yes, he is. I really thought he was going to hit that treble 13.
And maybe that's the difference between
70.
the players across the
Alex,
pond,
you
where
require 40.
they would actually use the bullseye a lot more compared to us, where obviously they play a lot more
Game
cricket.
shot in the third leg. Alex Spellman.
I wouldn't want to play this guy cricket. And the way he's playing tonight, you wouldn't want to play him at 0-1
Fifth
either,
leg
because
is
that's what they
Alex to
call
throw
this
first.
format.
Game on.
Brian's on the back foot. And if he's to lose this leg, his next game against Andy Boulton
100.
is even more difficult. I think based on numbers,
60.
likelihoods and behaviours this week, it is fair to say that Raman, even though he has been a WDF #1 ranked player back in 2021, it is fair to say that he's the outsider in this group.
125.
That's not taking nothing away from Brian there.
180.
And he has won multiple matches this week from 3-0 down. So you can never count him out until the last dart is in. And Spellman, my word, what a great response. He's on the cusp of victory already.
58.
For
Alex
Alex
required 96.
to win 3 legs so far, he's done that in 46 darts. And he could be a potential 11 darter.
Oh my word, what a performance.
Game shot and
He
the
gives us the
match.
thumbs
Alex
up. He knows
Spellman.
it's in. And that is a statement. The average is nearly 100. The doubles were almost faultless. And he's just having a bit of a conflab with the referee. And I think George didn't want to move because he thought that maybe he would put Alex off if he did. Turns out, the person who was doing the moving was the American. 4-1 victory, 99.4 the average, the high checkout of 104, and in Group 1, he has just taken a very big leap towards the semi-finals.
Marvellous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Haven't seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B only contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely
shot leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Well, forget about Eddie Redmayne. This could be the night of the Jackal here of the Modus Super Series. Alex Spellman getting his campaign off to a 4-1 winning start against the Belgian Raman, averaging just a shade under a ton in that contest. 4 out of 6 on the doubles as well. He's a couple of legs away from progressing his way into the semi-finals tomorrow, later on this evening. Our second game of the evening session sees Martin Turner make his first appearance in a finals night here at the Modus Super Series. The man from York has waited so long for his moment in the sunshine here at the Modus Super Series. It's a great night for him. His first match is about to get underway. You've heard from him and all the players this evening. Let's hear it from the Mutts Nuts. Martin, here we are at last, a Saturday here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to it?
Oh, amazing. Absolutely amazing. I've, at least 3 attempts, I think I've thrown it away. And it's frustrating, it's got to me, it's played at me, so yeah, it's fantastic to be here. Brilliant.
Is it a mixture of relief and excitement this evening?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. I mean, relief was yesterday. Mm-hmm. When I got that 10 points in yours through, that was that done. Now, yeah, it's just excitement now.
And there seems to be a real buzz about you. There seems to be a real energy about you, and that's really corresponding in your darts recently.
Yeah, it's been lacking for a while. I've not had the greatest time off the board. It's been a struggle. The last month or so, yeah, it started to lift a bit. And yeah, I'm getting back to my old self again. It's coming back.
In terms of tonight, how do you treat it?
It's just, it's like a knockout tournament tonight, basically. It's like we do week in, week out. You've got to win, you've got to win. I'm not putting pressure on myself. I finally got it to Saturday night. It's about enjoying it more than anything else. And as Chris Mason would say, if your name's up pot lad, it's your night.
And Chris Mason says many things in that commentary box as well.
He does indeed, yes. I can't repeat the others.
No, you absolutely cannot. How much are you going to embrace the crowd, the opportunity to play in front of them? We had a really big crowd this afternoon for the WADC finals. A lot of them are going to be playing this evening. Is that decent prep as well for Lakeside?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's brilliant. If it's what you play for. Most of the time we play in rooms where it's silent and there's not much happening. Yeah, it's what you play for as a crowd. It gets your adrenaline going. It gets, obviously, if you play well, they get behind you as well. Yeah, it's what we play the game for.
And finally, what would a weekly win mean for Martin Turner?
Oh, wow. It would be the biggest thing ever I've done in darts by a mile. It would be absolutely massive, yeah.
Well,
I'm not even thinking about that yet.
We wish you all the very best of luck. Martin Turner, good luck.
Up the Minster men. Cheers, Henry.
Romeo, great to see you here at the Modus Super Series. First of all, how have you enjoyed this week?
I enjoyed this week. I have good feeling. I playing good. I come to here for present my best of my darts, and I'm really happy for playing what I played this week.
You must have been really happy with how you played in Group B. In every single game that you played in that group, you averaged in excess of 90. You must have been really happy with the level of play that you played at.
Yes, and first day I playing every average over 90, and I have only 2 points. This be a little bit stressful for me, and I say I play good. Next day I must playing the same of this and winning coming, and winning come.
And now into Saturday night. How much are you looking forward to this opportunity?
This is for me one more day with dart. I live in darts, and this is only one more day. I go enjoy and playing good and present me, present my nation, present my sponsors, and must play good. That's everything for me.
How much are you looking forward to playing in front of a crowd, playing in front of an audience tonight?
I play before World Cup, and this normally for me. I don't have stress with crowd is looking very well. I like playing with people behind of me, with support and with everything. I don't have stress, and I have more motivation and playing, I think, better of this weekend.
You just enjoy darts, don't you?
Yeah, dart is life. You must living darts, and every day when you can playing, this is every new day for darts.
We wish you all the very best, Romeo. Good luck.
Thank you very much, and I think see you later.
I think we have unlocked quote of the year. Darts is life. And he's very much enjoying his time here at the Modus Super Series is Romeo Gerbavac, the Croatian, making it through to the final on debut. His first assignment is Martin Turner, making his first finals night appearance at the 7th attempt here at the Super Series. Watching this one in commentary, Keegan Brown and Paul Nicholson.
You're not wrong, Henry. That is the darting version of a quote from the very famous TV show Ted Lasso by one of the players from the Richmond Football Club. And he says, "Football is life." Well, according to Romeo, dart is life. Because that's what they call it in Germany, where he lives, in Darmstadt. They don't call it darts, they just call it dart.
First leg, it's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
But now we look to Group 2, where Romeo Gerbavac is now a very fancied player to make it through to the semi-finals. But he's got Martin Turner and Dean Finn in his way. My first question for you, Keegan, in this group is the game dynamics. Because Romeo plays game 2 of the evening. He also plays game 6. Is his biggest challenge potentially what he does between game 1 and game 2 that he plays?
Yeah, definitely.
100.
You know, it's like we alluded to earlier. You know, what you want to do, especially in the first match of each group, is get out there. You know,
140.
if you're going to lose, make sure you lose with 3 legs rather than none, like, you know, 0 legs. You know, and sometimes you know, it's a hard one because
100.
if you win the first game, you feel, you know, you feel good enough to keep playing as such. So, yeah, but I think with this kid, he's mustard, isn't he?
131.
He is very good. And he started brightly as well. This is the third game he's had with Martin Turner this week. He's won one of them.
58.
But he did lose on Thursday. So Martin will fancy it.
87. Romeo require 52.
These could be the key moments. Double 16 for the first leg.
Game shot in the
That
first
is a
leg.
very bright
Romeo
start.
Gerbavac.
Somewhat similar to what we saw from Spellman.
Second
One
leg
thing
is
you're
Martin
never
to
going
throw
to get
first.
from
Game
Romeo
on.
is him feeling tired. Because he is one of the biggest practices I've actually
59.
met in the last few years. I've heard stories from Germany saying this guy will practice all night long.
140.
In his words, Keegan, this is just another day of darts.
No, it is. You know, and to be fair, it takes an individual just to practice
100.
darts for a long time, and you know, it's so refreshing for him to say, do you know what? Just another day, isn't it, playing darts? So far,
100.
he's doing everything right, and you know, even with Martin, he's, you know, just shy under the 87 mark, but he's not done a lot wrong, is he?
100.
Not at all. But if Romeo's just going to have that extra thing in his locker in this match, he could close this game out
59.
quite quickly because he's had the biggest ceiling of performance this week, 109.5. He's also had another game of
81.
104 and change. That was in Group A when his performances were a bit more up and down. But he has not averaged under 90
78.
since Wednesday.
Martin 161.
That takes some doing. You know, let's be honest. But Martin looking to set it up.
97. Romeo require 124.
That's right in the middle. Now he's looking at the left-hand side. And that's
Game
what he
start
can
the second
do.
leg, Romeo Gerbavac.
This is a serious start from the Group A winner and the Group B winner.
Third leg, it's Romeo to throw first.
The Group A
Game
winner,
on.
he got a 4-1 victory against Raman. And Romeo is out of the traps.
140.
He doesn't mess around. His overall average for the week, after 23 completed games, is 90.27. 22 maximums. A high check out of 167,
97.
which is the best of anybody this week.
So it just shows you how many
100.
levels he's got to his game, doesn't it?
How many more are there?
The sky's the limit.
140.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? There are players from some countries.
100.
They
Romeo
don't necessarily have to live in
124.
that country to thrive. Another one?
99.
He went for it. He's in a very aggressive mood. That would have been back-to-back 124 checkouts for 3-0.
121. Romeo required 25.
Look at that double weight. 2 falls.
Game start in the third leg.
Wow, it's
Romeo
3-0
Gerbavac.
after 5 minutes flat. He is not messing around.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first.
And I feel it's
Game
only
on.
fair that we pay Martin some respect here. We have barely been able to draw breath because we've been looking too
99.
much at the Croat, completely destroying this game and not allowing Martin a shot at a double. But this is Martin's first Saturday night in 7 attempts.
100.
And he deserves a lot of credit for the way he's played over the last couple of days. He too has averaged over 90 for his 8 games. And it's the best he's ever played here. That's why he's still in with a chance. But those chances are withering already.
And he's done not a lot wrong, has he? Let's be honest.
14.
You know, with Romeo's throw, it looks so effortless, doesn't it?
100.
He's another one who started to use a front-loaded barrel. It's the most fashionable type of barrel at the minute, but
60.
there's a lot of science that's gone into these kind of barrels because they travel with a great deal of integrity.
60.
Nathan Aspinall, Ryan Searle, Simon Whitlock did a few years ago. Dennis Priestley was probably the first person
98.
to use front-loaded barrels. Tony David won a world title with front-loaded barrels.
And I think Priestley's, I think his darts were only 12 grams.
85.
Is Martin going to get a shot at a double?
60. Romeo
Because at
required
this stage,
156.
the best way for him to make it through this group is for Romeo to win twice and Martin to beat Dean Finn.
45.
That's a slip.
Martin Newcastle 144.
And this has been a week of people winning from 3-0 down. I think it's happened 5 times. On average, it happens once.
94. Romeo
But this is to close it out.
$41. Martin required 50.
Martin is going to get a shot at a double to start the comeback.
To be fair, Martin, I thought that was in as well. 2 8s.
34. Romeo requires 70.
Romeo is 50% on doubles. If he gets the treble, he'll probably win this match. He might win it anyway. To get the ideal result in your first Saturday night game. And even with 23 games in the bank this week, he's still a little bit edgy. But he's feeling much better now.
The match, Romeo Gerbavac.
4-0. It's his worst performance for a few days. It's an 87 average. But do you think he cares? He absolutely doesn't. A 4-0 victory, and when he comes back in game number 6 a little bit later against Dean Finn, all he will need to do is get one leg to solidify his way through to the semi-finals. he might not even need to do that, because if Dean Finn beats Martin Turner in game number 4, there will be a shootout between Finn and Gerbavac to see who wins the group. When we come back, we'll go back to Group 1, and Brian Raman is on the chopping block.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Shot on the second leg, Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg,
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, but she gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Romeo Gerbavac dispatch of Martin Turner by 4-0. And so that means the only way he can be eliminated this season because of that victory is via a 9-dart shootout in the group stages. Right, on to our third match of the evening session, and it sees Brian Raman back in action. The Belgian is in big trouble. He lost his first match by 4-1 to Alex Spellman, and he takes on the X Factor, Andy Boulton, who is a year without a victory here at the Live Lounge in Port. So perfect in terms of qualifying through to Saturday nights. He is hoping that it's going to be another delightful evening on the South Coast for him. It's going to be a busy end to 2024 for Andy here. He's going to be playing in the ADC Tour Finals next Saturday, and then the Global Championship come December. But first things first, is another appearance at Champions Week that's on his radar, and I caught up with him earlier. Andy, back into another Saturday night. This perfect record of qualification through to weekly Saturdays continues. What would be your assessment of this week?
I think the standard's been really good this week. I think probably a little bit surprised, really. When I looked at the lineup, I thought, oh, happy days. It's not as tough as week as normal. No disrespect to any of the other players, but then I think it's probably been one of the toughest weeks and right up there. Normally I would stand here and go, oh, I've had a great week and everyone's been fantastic, but that's been a little bit different this week as well. I don't know if that's because the standard's been high, but yeah, definitely a lot of big characters, I think, and I think that's what's made for a competitive week.
Have the good bits been really good, and then maybe some stuff just been a little bit more average for yourself this time round?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I've had some good games, and then yeah, I've definitely drifted away now and again for odd games, and obviously tonight you can't do that, because if you drift away, if the standard stays the same, then whoever wins tonight will play well.
You've coined this Money Night Saturday
Yeah.
of the Super Series. Does everything Monday to Friday just go out the window? You just treat it in isolation?
100%, yeah. Saturday night's just a total different mindset. It's not so, I'm not so nicey on a Saturday night probably. And yeah, it's all about, that's what you come here to win on Saturday night, and it's a big thing. It's about time I've picked up another week, so I think it's a big night for me. Yeah.
It's almost a year since you've won a weekly title. It was actually when we had last year's Women's Tour finals that you won your last Saturday evening.
Oh, well, there you go. That's I didn't know it was a year.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
You go next week.
Oh, thanks for that. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe that's an omen then. Yeah, that the women played today, and they've obviously warmed up the stage for the X Factor.
Well, Saturday night is always X Factor night. Andy, good luck.
Thanks very much, mate.
And his first assignment is Brian Raman, for whom a 4-1 defeat in his opening match means that he has to win this game to make it through. If he does so via a 4-0 scoreline, he will automatically qualify through to the semi-finals. For Andy, it's easy. Win, he's in, and he takes Alex Spellman through with him. Let's hand back to Keegan and Paul.
Yes, we're still here, and we are marvelling at the fact we have seen the winners of Group A and B have spectacular starts. But now we turn our attention to the first person who could be eliminated. Brian needs a victory, and you hasten to say that a victory by a margin would be even
First
more
leg,
wanted.
it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
It's quite simple. If he can beat Andy Boulton by 4-0, he will get to 2 points and +1 as a
55.
leg difference in Group 1, and that will be enough to make the semi-finals. But how difficult is it to beat Andy Boulton by 4-0?
81.
Wow. Yeah, hard. I'm not going to lie. I think with Andy, he's as much as he's
137.
identifies as a Scotsman, he's got a lot of Staffordshire grit in him, hasn't he? And he never gives in. He's like a taller version of
99.
Darren Webster. He's always at your heels.
That's the first time I've ever heard Andy compared to Darren Webster, but I can completely understand what you're
99.
saying.
You just think, in certain situations with dart matches of Andy, he could be 100 in front, and then all of a sudden you're 80 behind him. And that's what he does, and that's what he's
85.
done. I remember watching Andy as a kid at Lakeside. So that's how long he's been in darts. And
59.
the sad reality is it's a long time because I turned 32 last week.
32 is a great age, Keegan. Embrace it.
To be fair, it's my favourite double, so I can't moan about it too much.
Exactly. Yeah. Keep it there.
60. Brian Newcar, 151.
This is the first notch on the belt that he's looking to get.
101.
That's worked out pretty well. That last dart that he threw, that was a belter. Always has been one of those creative players that likes
60.
to keep
Brian Newcar,
commentators,
50.
spotters, and audiences guessing. But there's a time to do it
Game
by
start
the
the
book,
first leg. Brian Raman.
which is exactly what the Noodle has just done. Or should we call him the Riddler? That's the nickname on his shirt.
Second
the
leg
Noodle
is
is an
Andy to throw
affectionate nickname.
first. Game on.
Been a tough week for Brian, personally and on the dartboard, but making Saturday, that in itself is a win.
59.
Yeah, definitely. If things ain't right in your personal life, for some reason, always make starts that little bit harder. So
100.
it shows you the will and that bottle that Brian's got to overcome them factors to be playing here this evening in Portsmouth.
140.
We don't get a great deal of maximums from Andy Boulton. He's had 14 this week from 23
60.
games. That's about what he does most of the time. He's had a couple of really big performances this week.
92.
Both of them came in Group B as well. But the one sole biggest factor
41.
when it comes to X Factor tonight is that he has won on a Saturday night here before. He's done it twice and been in other finals.
138.
And nobody else here tonight has done it. It's almost as if the universe is expecting him to do it again.
60. Andy requires 72.
You know, Andy looking at 72. He's staying up there, or is he going for... Oh, so it's double 16. And he does
Game
so.
shot in the second leg. Andy Boulton.
I'll tell you how focused he is right now. That single 20
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first.
that
Game
nearly
on.
bust the score in 2 darts. He didn't even flinch. Some dart players would have had a huge intake
140.
of breath and then stepped back to go for that double 16. He's got his blinkers on right now.
140.
So Raman can't automatically qualify by winning this game 4-0.
140.
If he was to win 4-1, we would open up the door to the possibility of a 9-dart shootout in Group 1.
Which everybody wants.
100.
We can't get one in consecutive weeks, can we?
That's what we're hoping for, aren't we?
Yeah, we like them. The dart players, not so.
100.
Kurt Parry lost out in a 9-dart shootout last week. That was a great group. But this could be just the same.
140.
And to be fair to Kurt, he actually started off with the strongest throw.
Absolutely. No shot at the bullseye for the Riddler.
57. Andy require 121.
If Boulton finds a big treble and a bullseye, a 2-1 lead is something he would love. He goes for the bull.
74.
Right on
Brian
line,
requires
just
64.
didn't have enough petrol.
So Brian looking at 64. Neville leaves 32.
32. Andy require 47.
This game could get away from him very quickly if he's not careful. Double 16 for the break.
$31. Brian, you require 32.
This is turning into a very important leg, which has
Game
now
shot
been
in the
taken
third
by the
leg.
Belgian.
Brian Raman.
I remember a time, Keegan, when we come here to
Fourth
Saturday
leg is
nights
Andy to throw
around
first.
2 years
Game
ago,
on.
and every player was English. Now, 6 different countries. That's where the Modus Super Series is right now at the end of 2024.
Are we including Yorkshire as a single state, a sovereign state now?
I'm not getting into that.
140.
No, on a serious note, it's like we were saying earlier with the ladies' competition. You know, the routes to get into playing,
99.
I call this professional darts without being involved with the PDC is fantastic. And, you're giving players from all different nationalities
59.
a go at the cherry as such, to see what life is like, being in Portsmouth for, for 5, potentially 5 days as such. But yeah, it's
94.
brilliant. It's brilliant for everyone. And because, you look at Andy Boulton, unfortunate not to win a tour card, but he's playing in every single competition available to him.
He said earlier this year that he was playing more darts now than he ever has. He can play seniors. He can play Modus Super Series. He can play ADC, Challenge Tour. He probably hasn't even got time for other stuff.
131.
Because there is other stuff.
I think, you look 10 years ago, you were lucky to have 2 Challenge Tour events after the Youth Tour events on a Sunday
21,
afternoon.
and you
And that was
40.
it. But, if it means you're not getting a tour
Game
card
shot in the
anymore,
fourth leg. Andy
it
Boulton.
doesn't mean that the gate's shut for you. So many opportunities for everyone.
Fifth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
It's a bit like Andy is in a maze right now and he's got 6 keys. and there are 6 gates.
42.
Because he's been playing on the Pro Tour as well as a substitute player.
Because, I always find with dart players, when you're playing more darts, you're more confident. Because when you play them more,
100.
you usually are winning more. And, it's no surprise when, people like Andy Boulton and you've got, obviously, likes of Connor Scott and Del Pilgrim, when they play so much darts, it's not normal for them. Well, it's actually quite normal now to see them in the latter stages of the Pro Tour events.
Correct.
59.
More this year than ever. And if you need a little bit of evidence of that, what about Connor Scott this
100.
afternoon beating Dave Chisnell at the Grand Slam by 5 legs to 0? And Andy, he wouldn't be out of place on the Pro Tour.
44.
But before he has another crack at going back to the Pro Tour full time, he would like to be a 3-time weekly champion
58.
and a series champion. He's not necessarily in this leg unless he has a big visit here. Raman must win this game, remember. If he does not, he will be out of week 9.
60. Brian Newcombe, 161.
So Brian staying up.
129.
Leaves 32 after 15 darts, so it's a solid leg here for Brian. Brian knows if he wins this leg, regardless of Andy's throw and his throw,
Brian Newcombe had 32.
in the back of the mind, he's got the throw in the last leg.
But does he have the lead?
16.
He
Andy
doesn't.
Newcombe, 138.
Not yet. This shot is alive. And he was sensing an opportunity
98.
there, whereas I
Brian
think a
16.
lot of people were. There was a definitive silence in the live lounge on that shot. Must go this time. That's a
Game
wonderful
shot in the
hit.
fifth leg, Brian Raman.
And he gets so close to the dartboard there, he was probably losing
Sixth leg is
focus.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
Here's the situation for Brian. He must win one more leg in this game. And then he has to rely on a favour from
140.
Alex Spellman. Here's the situation for Alex. He's got 2 points already with a leg difference of +3.
134.
He only needs to win 2 legs in his game with Boulton to ensure that he is going to go through. And if I may say so, if you're Andy Boulton right now, 3-2 down, you're thinking to
83.
yourself, my chances of getting through to the semi-finals again, they are slim.
But then obviously the other side of the coin is we know how experienced Andy is. And if he's going to dig himself out of a hole, he's going to dig himself out of a hole.
And he has done it more times than
41.
most.
Andy Newcombe, 164.
That's what made Group 1 so unpredictable. He'd love to leave 64.
60.
Imagine if Raman was to find a maximum here.
That'd be filth, wouldn't it?
He might.
140. Andy Newcombe, 104.
And I think he's going to be disappointed with 140 after those 2 darts at the start of that visit. 51 ball. And Raman will have a chance to win this match.
40. Brian Newcombe, 103.
One thing I've noticed with Andy's darts with the setup this evening, I don't know if one of his stems broken, because when it goes into the board, it's actually bobbling. Which
55.
probably, is affecting the way how the darts is projected into the board.
Let's see how these land. Double top. That'll do very
Game
nicely.
shot the 6th leg, Andy Boulton.
When Brian was sitting on 103, all Andy could
7th
do
and final leg is
was
Brian
stand
to
at the
throw
back of the
first.
stage and
Game
hope
on.
that he was coming back for his shot. He got his wish, but now he must break
100.
O'Brien will still be alive. And he has now got his first maximum of this match.
You know, Andy's experience, he knows what to do when somebody hits 180. And he didn't look that phased, did he?
Seen it all before.
140.
Look at this. This is an explosive end to this match.
Andy open for another treble.
100.
Just unlucky.
I think he changed his mind on dart 3 there, in motion. But 124 has been found this evening by Romeo Gerbavac in the previous match.
60. Brian, you've got 124.
If Brian takes it in 6 darts, he will go back to the practice room and hope that he's done enough.
$27.
Could be a bit of a banana skin.
Yeah, that didn't go to plan.
To be fair, Andy open for a 2 treble visit. Or even any treble to leave a finish.
60.
Just
Brian,
hasn't
you've got
been in this leg.
97.
It's been straight, but it hasn't been effective enough.
It's what you would call just unlucky darts. Or been well placed 20s.
65.
Well, I can honestly say, hand on heart, I've never seen that before.
No, I've never seen it either. But Andy, applying some pressure. Don't go for the 180 and think about it.
135. Brian requires
To
36.
keep yourself alive. 32 more.
Game shot.
He
and the
wins
match.
by 4
Brian
legs to
Raman.
3. And what that means is Andy Boulton now needs to beat Alex Spellman in game number 5. If he doesn't, the Riddler will make the semi-finals in what has been a very tumultuous week on and off the oche. He's done his job, but now he's got to go back to the practice room and hope that he's done enough. When it comes to the next one, we're going to see our final player of the night, Ireland's Dean Finn, who has been a bit of a revelation over the last couple of days. He's going to take on Martin Turner, who himself now must win.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're halfway through our group matches on this Saturday night. Before the break, Raman got the better of Andy Boulton in a last leg decider. We've also seen big wins for Alex Spellman and Romeo Gerbavac so far. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me in the studio to assess what we've seen so far. Let's go right back to the start and talk about Alex Spellman. Haven't seen him since Wednesday. We always wonder what kind of form the Group A winner's going to be in, but not just did he pick up where he left off, he's actually got better.
Yeah, that's his second best performance of the entire week, but it looked really sharp from the off as well. I know that we laud Alex with all of this praise about how composed he looks, how much he can soak up pressure and still thrive. I think in that match he had one bad dart. That was it. That's how good it was. He's never going to put in that 115 to 120 with the way he plays, not in my opinion. He might find that in the future, and I really hope he does. But that's the kind of performance that I expect to see from Alex when he's playing well. That was really good.
In Game 2, Romeo Gerbavac with a convincing 4-0 win over Martin Turner. Just another real solid performance from him.
It's probably the most effective 87 average I've seen on that stage this week, because I wasn't looking at his numbers that entire game. I was too busy reveling in how much Romeo looked at home on the Saturday night stage. He looked like he was ready to go out there and beat anybody. So Martin Turner had very few opportunities of getting even close to doubles, never mind having a shot to take them out. But when I looked at the 87 average, I was flabbergasted by that because it did look better.
And then in that last game, Raman doing enough to keep himself alive, a 4-3 win against Andy Boulton. He now has to hope.
Yeah, that's all he can do. He was on the end of the great performance from Alex. Now he's ground out a really good win against a fabulous opponent. But now his best way through, obviously, is for Alex to beat Andy Boulton. And we are back to what we had on Wednesday when it was Spellman against Boulton. And that was a fabulous game. And Brian's had a tumultuous week, like I was saying in commentary, but it's never a good thing when you've got to rely on somebody else to do the job for you. So he can't do any more than that.
Game 4, the players are warming up behind us. Dean Finn up against Martin Turner. Martin has to win. Dean can settle the deal with a game to spare.
Dean's not going to be overawed by this occasion, in my opinion. I think the last 5 days have taught him a lot about where he's at with his darts. He looks brilliant. Much better from Group C, in my opinion, because he was winning most of his matches there. He was winning really good moments, especially in leg 7 situations as well. Martin with his back against the wall, though, judging on what he was saying to you earlier, I don't think he's putting himself under pressure tonight. I think he's already won this week just by getting here. So it's a fascinating dynamic.
Well, let's hear from Dean now. I caught up with him earlier on this evening to get his assessment ahead of tonight. Dean, debut week for yourself through to Saturday evening. First of all, how much have you enjoyed the experience?
Yeah, but I was kind of nervous coming over, but then when I seen the odds that the bookies had me at, they put me down to 22 to 1 the outsider of the whole week, so I said, right, I have nothing to lose here. I was going to come over, and as soon as I seen that, the nerves went, and I just said, I'm going to try and prove people wrong. If I prove them wrong, I don't, but if I do, that's good on me.
You've had a very successful youth career and you've done bits at senior level, but has this been completely different to perhaps things that you've played in the past?
Yeah, because I never played on television. When I started playing darts, my goal was to make it to the television. And now that when I seen the Modus started out, that was one goal that I had. When I came back playing 2 years ago, I said, I want to make it to the Modus. And I won the Irish qualifier, and then, but now you're playing on the stage. At the youths, I only played development tour, which was just floor tournaments all the time. And I think back then I was trying too hard because I wanted it so much. But nowadays I have different things. I have a family at home. I have a girlfriend. My mum and dad came over there the other day, so much more relaxed, and it's much easier up on the stage now once they're here.
How you found the level that you played at this week? Because you've seen some real highlight moments from yourself.
I don't think I played my best yet. Whether it comes tonight or not, who's to know? We'll see later. But I played well, but I think at best I was at my B game. It was probably between my B and C game all week, so I think there's more to come. Whether it's this week or another time, we'll see. But
in terms of this evening, you try to play the underdog mentality once again?
Yeah, and that will continue as long as I can see the bookies underestimating me, and even people, anyone around me, because nobody's expecting me to do what I've done, so I'm already happy going into this week. I'm already have to get out better than what I wanted to do. I wanted to just do well enough so that I get an invite back. I hope I did more than enough than that, but there's still more to play for, and that's what I'll be going for.
We wish you all the very best, Dean. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much.
And Dean Finn could qualify through with a win against Martin Turner. He's waited so long for this opportunity. Martin's hoping it's not going to end at the group stage. He's actually wearing his England shirt tonight, and that is to pay homage to his teammate and captain, Scott Mitchell, whose place he actually took in this week's field. But he's hoping for another game of darts on this Saturday night, is Martin Turner. If he's going to do so, he's going to have to win big against Dean Finn. Keegan, Paul, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Henry. It's a nice touch, isn't it, wearing an England shirt on a night like tonight, especially when you're the only English player in the field. Trying to get the fans on side. I think it's a very good tactic. But now, the 26-year-old from Waterford is looking to make Group 2 crystal clear. Because if he wins this game, he will be through to the semi-finals with Romeo Gerbavac with a game to spare. That's how it works on Saturday night. If you come into the field a little bit later, you've got a lot of information to work with. And when your first game is against someone who's already lost,
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
you have a chance to take them out. And this is a first meeting of the week between these two because they've been swimming in different
16.
pools. Dean was in Group A and Group C, a group that he won. And Turner was in Group B over the last couple of nights.
96.
At the top of the show, Keegan, we were talking about the fact that Dean Finn has been around for about 10, 11, 12 years.
82.
He made the quarterfinals of the World Youth Championship the year that Michael Smith won it. He actually lost to the eventual champion. But sometimes it takes a little bit of extra time for people to realise their real ambitions.
Yeah, definitely. Like, with darts, we always go back to it's a marathon and not a sprint. And, you know, some people are very fortunate that, you know, between the youth side and the senior side, they can switch over, you know, more or less straight away. And, you know, some players, you know, they might take a little bit more time, but it's not to say they'll never get to where they want to be, if that makes sense. So, yeah, so it's always, you know, really refreshing to see people come back into darts, playing well in darts. It's a bit of a, I wouldn't say a fairy tale story, but it's so good because, I don't know about you, Paul, but how many people have you seen come and go in darts?
Hundreds,
94,
if not thousands.
129.
You know, for Dean to be back there playing at a very professional standard in this match so far, you know, it's kudos to him.
He started really well on Monday, and he might just start
42.
Saturday night
Dean, you require 36.
just as well.
So Dean looking at double 18 for a 13 darter against the throat. 2 9s.
Game start the first
Lovely
leg.
shot.
Dean Finn.
Takes the opportunity. It didn't really matter whether it was in 1, 2 or 3, but he has banked a
Second
leg
leg, it's Dean to
immediately.
throw first.
And
Game
Martin
on.
Turner has lost his first 5 legs of the night.
And to be fair, you know, we alluded to earlier where in Martin's first match he didn't do a lot wrong. You know, Dean's came out 15 darter against a throw. So, how are you feeling if you're Martin Turner right now?
100.
We didn't really get a chance to talk about how well Martin played the last couple of days. His first 2 games on Thursday, he was 80% on his finishing, and he had the best possible foundation to start a week. He found his way through with a game to spare in Group B as well. But as far as Saturday night is concerned right now,
60.
people are using him for target practice. I think they understand just how dangerous Martin can be. And they're trying to limit
60.
his shots at double. That's what you always want to do. But when you see somebody finishing as well as he has the last couple of days,
100.
you get that little extra injection of urgency.
it's like, during the match, as we were saying about the like the Yorkshire,
60.
anyone from Yorkshire, they've always produced world-class dart players for a long, long time. And Martin's no different.
93.
Must be something in the water, surely, because I think even with Lakeside coming up, there's a large amount of Yorkshire's playing in it.
You might as well just call it the Australian and Yorkshire Championship.
101. Martin,
So many Aussies. So many people from Yorkshire. But it may just be 2-0 Dean Finn
94. Dean, you require 40.
on a weekend where he's playing in Portsmouth and a lot of people are playing in his backyard at the Irish Open.
Game shot
and
in the
he's
second
2-0
leg.
up.
Dean Finn.
15 and 16 darters give him a 2-0 lead. And he's within 2 legs of the semis already.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Irish darts, Keegan, in a very good place at this point in time. And I'm not even
100.
going to reference much about Mickey Mansell beating James Wade at the Grand Slam tonight. That's a great result for Mickey.
Yeah, of course, it's to be fair, to get any win over James Wade is a good one, isn't it?
But Keane Barry,
100.
you've got Willie O'Connor, you've got Steve Lennon, you've got Katie Sheldon, you've got Robin Byrne, Aoife McCormack.
60.
There are so many more world-class dart players from Ireland now than possibly ever, because they are getting it right at junior level.
96.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing, it just proves that all the systems in darts are working. From the youth tour to the challenge tour to the ADC, every competition that's out there to play, people are playing in it. So when you play more often, you all play to a better standard, because you think, you might lose to some, player A one week.
43.
And you think, you know what? Fight my doubles, I'm going to beat player A. And you come back, and then that's how everybody gets stronger.
But these systems need to work cohesively.
And
if you have a great junior system and they don't know where to go after that, it's a broken system. But the system is there. It's progressional.
100%. 100%. I found it in my latter years of being a teenager playing darts.
142. Martin, you got 158.
And for 2 years after finishing playing youth county like I did for Hampshire, I didn't know where to go, because it was either that or play the Pro Tour. There was nothing
44.
in between.
Dean, you require 40.
I'm starting to understand where Dean is going to be playing a little bit later tonight. That 1-4-2 setup was amazing.
I don't think I've ever seen it. Anyone go that way to leave tops?
No score.
He hasn't taken it, though.
Martin, you got 114.
The chances are getting very slim for Turner. And he's not going to take this one either. Finn for tops with 3 in hand.
40.
To go within 1.
Dean, you require 40.
Of making Martin's first Saturday in Portsmouth a bit of a nightmare. Double 10, different target, and a different result.
Game start in the third leg. Dean Finn.
So at the moment, Dean on his Dean's taken out on 15, 16, and 17.
Fourth leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game
on.
on.
So far, he's averaging, the free dart of 93, 94 at the moment.
That's 48 darts for the first 3 legs. That kind of level.
60.
I think it might illustrate something that he was saying to Henry earlier tonight, Keegan, because he believes that this week he's played somewhere between his B and C
140.
game. He's actually averaged 87.5 with a couple of ton plus averages in there, a 161 finish, lots of maximums. He's at 34
43.
coming into this game. That's the most of any player this week. If that's his B to C game, what has he got in the locker?
97.
Scary, isn't it, just to think about it?
It is. But this, so far, is just that increment better than what we have seen on the whole this week so far. And there's a little bit more of it.
80.
You just got to have to feel for Martin there. He's walked into 2 brick walls, hasn't he? He's done not a lot wrong, and sometimes you do get days like this where you feel like the players thrown the kitchen sink at you, and they've done everything right.
164.
And if a kitchen sink hits you, it hurts. Yeah. You might get this. I hate to say it, but I think you might have needed to hit that.
It'd be Martin's luck. It sums his evening up if Dean takes us out for the match. Shot still on, needs to go across for the 54. 54 game release, 32.
90. Martin, you acquired 26.
He's done his job there. Double 13.
Game starting.
And look at that.
Martin Turner.
Right in the middle. And some players in that moment right there would have looked at the audience, put their hands in the air as if to say, wow, I've won a leg. But Martin didn't do that because he still believes he can win this game to keep himself alive in the contest.
Yeah, proper Yorkshire folk, no nonsense, just get on with the game.
He also had 86 left and he went for treble 20 for double 13. I wonder if he's been spending some time with Brian Raman tonight, because that's the kind of thing he would do.
55.
Hey, as long as he keeps working, that's the main thing, isn't it?
Double 13 is a very good double positionally on the dartboard, isn't it? We just don't go for it because it's an odd number.
Yeah, definitely. I think
95.
With 13, it's like double. When you go for double 7, you want to attack at the first dart. It's nothing worse when you
41.
go inside on the second dart when your opponent's on the finish.
This is a brighter situation in this leg for Dean. He's got the lead and he's extending it.
180.
There was some extra hot sauce on that one. And it's only 89 points that separate Dean Finn from a debut
44.
week
Dean,
semi-final berth. Doesn't have to go 20 in the bullseye.
49.
He'll be back for tops. The first player ever to win in this building
140.
was from Ireland.
Dean,
On September the 3rd. 2 years ago. There could be another Irish winner tonight.
35.
However, he's not there yet.
61.
The final 4 has pressed pause on Dean's invitation.
137.
This is a situation that could change if Dean is not sharp enough in this pressure moment. But he is sharp enough.
And the match, Dean Finn.
And Martin Turner's first Saturday night in Portsmouth. It is short-lived, unfortunately, for the Yorkshireman. We wish him the best at Lakeside in the coming weeks. It has been progression for him here in week number 9. But progression is what Dean Finn has gained from that 4-1 victory. He is going to go through to the semi-finals from Group 2 with Romeo Gerbavac. And now we're going to find out who will join those two guys from Group 1.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Martin Turner was eliminated, losing out to the Irishman Dean Finn, who's progressed through to the semi-finals on his debut at the competition. As for Andy Boulton, a man who has a perfect record in terms of qualification on Saturday, is looking to make it through to a third Champions Week. However, he's going to do so, he has to beat Alex Spellman. Defeat here would spell disaster for the X Factor, and it'd be the American and the Belgian that'll head through to the semi-finals. Watching this one in commentary, Paul Nicholson and Keegan Brown.
Thank you very much, Henry. Two very contrasting groups, but we sneakily suspected that tonight would see Group 1 being the tightest of the two, and it is. Think about what Andy still needs to do. He must beat the person who has barely lost this week. He's played 16 games and only lost 4. And he put in the performance of the night to start the night.
First leg is Andy to throw first. Game on!
This is a difficult mission. It's almost as if Knockout Darts has knocked on Andy's door just a little sooner than usual. If he wants to make the semi-finals again, he's got to beat
59.
Spellman. And Spellman is already in the semi-finals because his situation is so bright. Even if he was to lose 4-0, he'd still have a better position than Brian Raman.
60.
And that's astonishing to think about that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the complexity of the group play on a Saturday night. That's what makes it so cutthroat. You go from marathon darts
59.
to sprint darts in around about 18 to 19 hours. If you're in Alex's shoes right now, are you thinking, if I can beat Andy in this game, he's not going to cause me any more problems for the rest of the night? I've now got this opportunity to make sure he doesn't cause anybody any problems.
Well, knowing Alex like I do, I think he's just going to approach it like another game. Like everything's 0-0, literally as it is 0-0. Because I think sometimes that's when the overthinking of darts kind of put it over a grey area.
140.
And I find, when people go, if I hit, win a couple of legs here, it knocks that person out. You don't want to think like that. You just want to win. Because at the end of the day, you don't want it to buy it on your backside, do you?
98. And you got 106.
Yeah, I think this is something that a lot of people tend to forget. We talk about the grey areas an awful lot. We talk about ton plus checkouts a lot as well.
90.
Andy will be back. His doubles this week have been typical, just shy of 40% for the week. And he's averaged, you guessed it,
140.
90.
And you acquire 16.
Andy Boulton is predictable, but in the best possible way. But that
no score.
Wasn't predicted.
Alex, you acquire 46.
Oh, how things can turn.
Here we go. Tops for Spellman. 2 10s. And he does so.
Game shot in the first leg. Alex Spellman.
That could be a really big leg for the momentum in this game. And Andy Boulton, you cannot blame him for feeling a little bit dejected. That leg was right in the palm of his hand. He could have had 4 darts at a double, and he only got 2.
81.
Do you know what? There's between dart player and dart player, here, Paul, there's nothing worse when somebody hits at the last dart, is there? No, there's not. You don't mind when it goes in the first dart or even the second dart.
41.
But I think when they're going for the third dart, you always feel, do you know what? I've got a chance if they miss it, and they always take it.
The famous line from Shawshank Redemption: "Hope is a dangerous thing."
140.
And in darting terms, you only have hope when you hear that the first 2 darts have missed, because you think you could miss on the third dart as well. And you might not even be looking at the dartboard at the time. You might be looking out at the audience, or at a glass of water, or at your darts case. But when you hear the referee say, game shot, and your stomach, it dips about 3 inches.
120.
And you get that sinking feeling, and it doesn't feel very nice.
Yes, It's the fact that, like you just said, that Paul, you could be
Alex, you got 160.
at a dark case, you could be looking down at your black shoes, and you can kind of guess by the time difference. And you just think, you know what? As it's going on longer, I've got a chance. And when you take it, it's like a dagger. It is a dagger through the heart. But obviously, Alex in this leg, in control. But what pressure can Andy put him under?
180. Alex, you got 60.
Well, there's your answer. But it could be 2-0 to the Jackal. That is actually a really good lie for him.
40.
Just
Andy
ran out of steam.
80.
A reprieve for X Factor to get his throw back immediately to right the wrongs of the previous leg. He's got to lob it over the top.
60. Alex, you require 20.
This is the double that Spellman hit to win the previous leg. It isn't dart
Game
3
shot,
this
the second
time,
leg, Alex Spellman.
but it is another leg win for Spellman. What we need to illustrate at this point
Third leg, it's Andy
is that
to throw first.
if Andy was to
Game
win
on.
this game by any margin, that would be good enough to make it through to the semi-finals. If he wins 4-3, that will get him to 2 points and an all-square
96.
leg difference. He already has a better leg difference than Raman. That's why merely the win is enough. But like you said earlier on, Keegan, if you get a really big win in your first game,
140.
it can be so crucial. And it just so happens that Spellman winning 4-1 was enough to get him through after one match.
45.
And that's the beauty of the game, isn't it? Where obviously no two results are the same, and with all the predictions and whatnot, it's it adds pressure. I think
83.
when you're chasing the win, I think it puts more pressure on you because you know what you have to do. But I think with Andy, even though he's 2-0 down, he still knows he gets to 4 legs. He's done well out of it. But Alex he's gonna have other ideas, isn't he? He just wants to put the foot down now and
100.
start coasting.
He wants to get to the semi-finals the same way that Stowe Bunce did a few weeks back. Spellman and Bunce, two of the best players in the United States. And that is the second time tonight we've seen a 162 to leave 140 points.
Against Alex Spellman.
Correct.
$21.
A wry smile from the American.
So Andy looking at 140, first trebles in. Leaving it handy for tops left.
100. Alex, you got 157.
We've seen some big finishes this week at big moments. We're not going to see another one. Not yet, anyway.
93. And do you acquire 40?
But just like leg one, there is pressure on this.
That's a brilliant marker for Andy.
30.
The doubles aren't
Alex, you
cooperating.
acquire 64.
That is now 8 darts missed at doubles. And Spellman could be 3-0 up.
$56. And do you acquire 10?
I just wonder if things can turn in this match, just how big that miss was.
Game start in the third leg.
So
Andy
Boulton does get his first leg of this contest. We have seen huge misses this
Fourth
week.
leg is Alex to throw first.
For people to
Game
win
on.
4-0, to win 4-2, and then all of a sudden, that miss is compounded by someone getting back into a match, and entire tables have changed
100.
as a result.
Yeah. And that's the thing, that's the beauty of the game where, sometimes the momentum does change on the toss of a coin or the last start at a double. And, even though when Andy took the starts, he looked quite emotionally frustrated, should we say. And obviously it spurred him on because he's at a good 140 to kick off this leg. And in theory, he's nicked the throw off Alex within six starts. And he's absolutely punishing that treble 20 at the moment.
140.
That facial expression's changed. He's not Andy Boulton anymore. He's in X mode. And he wants to have that third weekly title.
100.
The same as Scott Taylor from a week ago. And that guaranteed trip to Champions Week at the start of December.
100.
The only thing missing from his CV here is that series title. He is one of the best players not to have one.
And it's quite astonishing to think that he's not won one yet. And it's just
100.
considering
And you've got 121.
he's so consistent. He's always here. He always plays well, doesn't he? Like you said, you refer to him as Mr. Consistent, and I think that's one that's missing out of his locker at the moment. But he's looking at 2 14s, and he does so.
Start in the fourth leg. Andy Boulton.
Back into the match, just like that. You just can't keep this guy down.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
You make a great point, Keegan, because if you were to make a dart player on a computer to succeed here in Portsmouth, they'd have to have an engine.
140.
They'd have to be a 90 average player, if not better. They've got to have between 35 and 40% on their doubles all the time. And they've got to have an enormous heart.
100.
That's Andy Boulton to a T.
Yeah, %. That's the beauty with Andy. A lot of people would have thought at 2-0 down, heads going
99.
and whatnot. Within hitting that double, he's then converted the 12 darter to go 2-2, and straight away he's put the pressure back on Alex, who
131.
Yeah, I would say this evening, his first match, he went up, he played fantastic for just shy under 100 average, and Andy proper Jack Russell attitude as such, and maybe Alex isn't used to this sort of game, getting into a right tussle with him.
Bit of a rumble. This is good.
140.
And Alex refuses to crumble.
So Andy got first pop for 1/6 fault. He's got the first one looking at the 50 fault. He's unlucky that.
123.
That's a great
Alex got
visit.
130.
But every dart player at this level knows this is very makeable.
That's a good marker just to go above. And he has. So he's looking at the bullseye.
93.
Wasn't online.
Andy acquired 41.
And from 2-0 down, Andy can recover. Penny for the thoughts of Brian Raman right now. Because Andy
Boulton,
from the depths of despair, is now within one leg of making the semis with Alex.
And just like that, Andy's won the last two
So there
the
is
last
Alex
two
to
legs
go
and
first.
27
Game
darts. This game reminds me of obviously one of the ladies' matches earlier between obviously Dieter and Gemma,
100.
where Gemma found herself 2-1 down, and she had very similar, better legs than Andy to bring her back to 3-2. As a dart player, Paul, being in Andy's position, what would you do for a 12 darter?
That's what you want, isn't it?
45.
Finish it clinically with no messing and no further thought. Just get yourself on 1-2-1 after 9 and plug the bullseye after a big treble is found.
96.
It doesn't always work that way. In fact, if he wants a 12 darter, he's going to need to use the 18s again. These guys have had some very good battles this week.
100.
And it may just go to the last leg decider for the third time in 4 games that they've played. It was 4-3 on Wednesday to Spellman. It was 4-3 to Boulton on Monday.
58.
And it's more likely to go the distance than not at this point.
You know, and how much, well, building up, you know, Andy winning the ball, how much is that going to have an impact if this
82.
goes to a last leg?
Get to 107. That's what he's thinking.
100.
The difference
Alex, you got
between
94.
147 and 107 is massive.
I think with me, there's probably more chance of me having a snooker coup hitting the 147 than it was with 3 darts with me at the moment. Oh, double 16.
What a great dart that was.
78.
See,
And you
once
got
again,
147.
using the bullseye that I would in cricket.
This is to qualify for the semi-finals. Is it the only shot he gets?
Yeah.
These fine margins in these group situations on Saturday nights.
97.
Andy has been here before.
Alex requires 16.
Alex has been here before. They've both succeeded.
Game shot in the
But
sixth
this group
leg,
will be
Alex
determined
Spellman.
in a one-leg shootout. This may
Seventh and
just
final
be
leg, it's
the
Andy to throw
finest
first.
game
Game on.
to call this week because they are so similar in standard and strength.
I think what we need to introduce, especially on a Saturday, is
85.
player cam in the back room to see the emotions of the other players.
Yeah, put Brian Raman in the green room on his own, watching the monitor. And we have a little square
40.
in the bottom left to see the change in his emotions. But that dart on the floor, what is it we say in this sport, Keegan? That is music to my ears.
And it's all about timing.
97.
Here we go. This is what players like Andy do in situations like this. They get one big treble a visit, and they force their opponent to get more.
140.
So Andy hoping to get a two treble visit, and it's looking better. He's got the 2. Is he going to fill up with 3?
140.
But he would take that. You'll definitely, even if Alex leaves 141, Andy will still feel confident on the 179.
100.
Are you looking at 19s first? No, old-fashioned old hand. Staying up on the top of the board.
He'll switch now.
100.
I am amazed that he didn't. But maybe he feels more confident on 79 than 80. Because that way, if he gets a single 19,
95. Andy requires
there'll only be
79.
one dart in the single 20 in the road of tops. This is now a great opportunity to get through to the final 4 in week 9. Double top.
59. Alex, you require 126.
Does Spellman put Andy out? 57 required. I think Spellman knows that he may have just had his one opportunity
54.
to get rid of the danger man.
Andy required 20.
Double 10 to put the Riddler out.
Game
Andy
shot.
Boulton
And the
is
match,
very
Andy
hard to get
Boulton.
out of this place. He is the sole person who has won here on a Saturday night here this week, left in the tournament, and he's not done yet. A third weekly title is possible, and very rarely do you see Andy do that at the end of a match. He had to work so hard to get that game in the bag, and 4 legs to 3 gets it done. Brian Raman is out.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
This is where. Hang on, wow.
John
He's on about that Northern Ireland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening encounter. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's in the middle of the double 19? Great shot. Wow, shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No one aim, unfortunately. He did go for this one. And we're into the one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a breaker throw. Steve West at 20. Tops the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Boulton is through and Raman is out in Group 1. Alex Spellman into the semi-finals alongside the X Factor, looking for a third Saturday night title. Both of these players are through in Group 2. They're dotting the I's, crossing the T's, seeing who's going to finish first, who's going to finish second. And it's one of those games where the loser stays on. Paul Nicholson and Keegan Brown.
Thanks, Henry. Now, I've got some good news and some bad news for these guys. The good news is they're in the semi-finals before this game even starts. The bad news is this is who they're going to face no matter what happens. So the winner of this game will have the advantage of throw in the second semi-final, and they will take on Andy Boulton.
First leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
Lose this game and you will be against the throw against Alex Spellman. No matter where you go, it's going to be tough. But this is what you were talking about, Keegan. Group 2
58.
presented opportunity for 2 players. These 2 players now are going to the semi-finals, and one of them
100
could well be in the final tonight.
Who's to say both of them are not going to be in the final?
Very well said.
I've been really impressed with both of these
16.
players. To be fair, this is the first time I've ever seen Romeo play, and it just looks so effortless. And obviously, I've played youth darts with Dean, so I know what Dean can do.
135.
But yeah, I think both of them would have felt, do you know what, this is, or even Martin, you could put Martin into the loop, where it was a good opportunity for 2 of the players
55.
out of 3. And to be fair to these 2 lads, they took it. They took it with both hands, and at the moment, I think. Whoever plays Spellman or Andy, I can't actually say who would win or lose.
It's been that way all week.
95.
And we'll get on to the players that are coming here for week 10 from Monday morning at 9:30. There are some
30.
serious characters next week. But if you think those characters can't deliver big averages and big performances as well, think again.
133.
That's exactly what you have to do from 233. That's great thinking from Finn. And we've seen that from him 99.9% of the time this week.
100.
He's had that little bit of creativity and evolution with his management of the board. And it really has been spot on. Just like
Game
the last
shot,
5
first leg,
darts.
Dean Finn.
You know, to win the throat.
Second
on,
leg is Romeo to throw
17
first.
17
Game
dart
on.
there. And 100 checkout. That would give Dean a lot of confidence. Because they're the
58.
shots where it's very easy to muck them up. And, you know, just to take them out in a solid 2 darts, it's, you know, it gives you confidence, doesn't it?
57.
Speaking of getting confidence, I want to get your take on this, Keegan, because this place, it's effectively known
140.
in the darting spheres as the Modus. I actually think this project had a bit of an identity crisis about 2.5 years ago, but now it is the Modus Super Series.
140.
That's what it is. But recently, in this series, we have seen Kai Gotthard win a weekly title.
95.
If you look at the confidence he has garnered since that Saturday night, his entire life has changed. He got to the World Masters final
60.
and lost to Wesley Plazier in Budapest. Yesterday, he won the PDC Europe Super League and is going to Alexandra
38.
Palace. And he's coming back for Champions Week. Don't tell me that this place doesn't change lives, because Kai is a walking example of it, and these two could follow in his footsteps.
100%. You know, all you
60.
have to do is
Romeo require 170.
look at the players that are playing so well over the last year or so within the PDC and the ADC, and
58.
you know, you look at your players, you look at your Connor Scotts, your Dalper, they're all playing Andy Boulton. They're all playing good darts. They're all playing consistently world-class darts, and you know that's the thing.
100. Romeo
You know,
require 112.
You know, if you win this on a Saturday night and you can't take confidence from it, then you're not going to take confidence from nothing, are you?
Correct.
40. Dean, you require 84.
Well, I would classify that as a tactical mistake from Romeo, going for tops on 72. Double 11 is getting a lot of attention tonight.
62. Romeo requires
And this is
72.
why you don't go for tops on 72 with 1 dart in hand. But you do go for tops on this shot.
32.
It's pretty
Dean,
much
you
in the
require
same hole.
22.
I think with this match is, you know, even though we know both players are in the semis, it's always good to get the win over your second in command.
Game
as
shot on the
such.
second leg. Dean
And
Finn.
you know, like we said before, there's so many times where you know you play the last
Third
group
leg,
match
it's
on a
Dean to throw
Saturday.
First. Game on.
And the amount of times that's given the person confidence going into the semis, and the amount of times that the two in the last game of the group have met each other in a final, and the one that's won goes on to win it because they've got the confidence
60.
of knowing they can beat them two games before.
Let me ask you a somewhat rhetorical question, Keegan. How many dart players who play on a Saturday night
85.
here come in with the mentality of, if I win 3 games, I might win tonight? None. They are thinking, I'm going to win 4 games.
48.
100%. Because there's never, you know, there's no dart competition out there that you could lose your first game and still win the whole event. You know, I think Dieter alluded to it earlier. You're down the Dog and Duck. You know, the Dog and Duck's the most busiest pub in the world for darts. But even if you could play
45.
101 as such, 501, 1001. As soon as you lose, you've lost. There's no coming back from it. But this is the beauty of
100.
the Modus Super Series on a Saturday. You could lose your first match and still win the whole event.
And this is the last game of the entire week where someone can lose and still win the title.
And that is the beauty of the system.
85.
If it was me, you know, if I was Dean or Romeo in the situation, probably the same as you, Paul.
58.
I'm all guns attack. There's no playing defensive. It is literally get to 4 legs. No ifs or buts.
What we're seeing in this game, though, standard-wise,
57.
are two players who are maybe
164.
a little bit too relaxed.
104.
That'll do very nicely. He should get another couple of darts at tops if he needs them. In the 4th meeting between these two this week, because they went in separate directions after Wednesday.
60.
Dean went to C, Romeo went to B.
40.
And the little
Dean
piggy
requires
didn't go to market
66.
there. Which means Finn can stretch his lead to 3.
It's so ironic with darts where we were saying in the previous match, if we're at the players'
Game shot in
cam
the third leg.
and showing reactions
Finn.
of obviously Brian in the previous match, what's the reactions of Martin? Because Martin's probably thinking,
leg, it's Romeo
cheers
to
lads, I
go
appreciate
first.
you playing
Game
like
on.
this.
I think the feelings are very different.
140.
First game of your group always feels a little bit edgy, but feeling edgy is a good thing. It means that the adrenaline is pumping. Adrenaline turns you into a superhuman to do things that you wouldn't necessarily do without it.
58.
It is a natural hormone in the body that we can all harness.
It's like I was talking to
45.
Phil Taylor probably about 6 or 7 years ago, and we were just talking in general in darts, and I said, Phil, do you still get nervous? And he said, Joe, I get nervous for every match. And once the nerves are gone, it's time to give up.
Correct.
134.
I think there's a bad stigma attached to nerves. Nerves are a good thing.
47.
It's having that, with science and life and whatnot, it's all about having the balance of feeling nervous but
32.
feeling calm at the same time. Because there's nothing worse as a dart player by having a bit of a shaky
99.
hand because you can't control it. If that makes sense, and there's nothing worse when your legs feel like jelly when you're playing a good match and you're on the verge of winning.
140.
I think Jensen Walker
Romeo
could
got
probably
170.
attest to how that feels. We don't know how it feels to get a 170 this week.
145.
Because we still haven't had one.
Dean require 137.
But he almost brought the crowd to their feet.
What way is Dean going to go for the 137? One for the 19th. Going back up the board, 18 to leave tops. And he does so.
97. Romeo required 25.
Double 8.
Game shot in the fourth
He's
leg.
not going to be
Romeo
done to nil.
Gerbavac.
And he can still win this game.
Fifth leg, it's Dean to throw first.
If Dean
Game
wins
on.
this leg and this match, he will get a game off. And we'll get a little bit of extra preparation time to take on Andy Boulton
100
in semi-final 2. Having the darts in the semi-finals could be crucial, and you only get them if you win
83.
your group. So Spellman has got the throw in semi-final 1. Dean Finn is more likely to get them from this position.
60.
As much as we said, the groups are all sewn up and whatnot.
99.
But it's so crucial to have the throw in the semi-finals.
And it's not necessarily about having it in the first leg, is it? It's about possibly needing it in leg 7.
Yeah.
57.
Because there's so many scenarios where you're in the last leg shootout.
32.
Would you rather be the front runner or would you rather hold back to know what you have to go for?
I'd rather go first. I'd rather set the tone. Which makes it even more ignorant of me that I gave the throw to Phil Taylor 3 times.
100.
Yeah. That wasn't smart. But then again, I did win 2 of those games, so it worked out pretty well in the end.
85. Dean Ukai 104.
It's so weird because I would prefer to go second. Do you know what? And the only logical reason I can put to it is if when you're playing high school...
72.
The old beat the score routine.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
So you know what you have to beat. You know, if they hit a good couple of darts and whatnot, you can't argue. But at least you know, like I said, I'd always rather go the second person for high school.
Well, Dean Finn is on double 16 to win the group.
No score.
And he hasn't done so.
Roman require 119.
Not just yet. Does Gerbavac take us even further? Can he hit the bull this time?
Game shot, the
it's
fifth
beautiful.
leg. Romeo Gerbavac.
We've seen some short matches tonight. This one will go a little bit further. It might
Sixth
even
leg
be
is Romeo to throw
another
first.
7-leg
Game on.
match. It would be our third of 6 group games here on Saturday night in Portsmouth.
81.
That is a punch. That is a punch right in the gullet. Dean known he should be off. He should have shaken Romeo's hand, but instead we're back to 501.
85.
I say it all the time. You can be within 1 dart of winning a match.
40.
And in this format, you have to go 469 points further back to do it again. But at least he's got the opportunity to do so. In set format,
96.
when it's World Championship format, you find yourself within 32 points of winning a set. You might then be 1,503
85.
points away again. These dynamics of leg play and set play, they're fascinating when you break them down.
It's a horrible game of snakes and ladders, isn't it?
140.
And yet we still play it.
Mental torture. That's what I call it. It's mental torture.
83.
I've always said there's something wrong with us start players. The fact that we keep putting ourselves through this. But we're all searching for the same thing. That feeling of being the last person standing.
129.
Again, I love that play. He's done it this week. He takes the bust out of commission. He goes for the treble 12.
85.
Doesn't matter that
Dean
he's missed
require
it.
51.
He's now got another chance to win this match over Romeo, who's having his worst game for days.
$31.
But it is a game that could
Romeo
go even
require
further.
127.
It might even be after another bullseye checkout.
And to be fair to Romeo, when you want your worst performance of the week happening at this stage.
99.
If there is
Dean
such a
require
thing
20.
as having the right time to have a bad performance, this is it. Double 5.
Game
And
shot,
Dean Finn
and the
does
match. Dean
win
Finn.
Group 2, which means he will get a game off. All of the advantages of winning Group 2 will come to fruit for him because he will have the darts against Andy Boulton to try and stop him getting to another final. As for Romeo Gerbavac, he did have a bit of a game off there, didn't play particularly well, but he will have to get himself off the floor when he plays Alex Spellman in the first semi-final, which is not that far away.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velsen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velsen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man!
response of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the live lounge reports. The group stage action for our evening session on this Saturday evening has come to a close. Keegan Brown and Paul Nicholson have been watching it all in the commentary box, and we've got a real intriguing Final Four lineup. The favourite, Alex Spellman, is still in. Andy Boulton just about by the skin of his teeth. Dean Finn and Romeo Gerbavac came through in Group 2. Let's talk about then the four semi-finals. So begin in chronological order and talk about Alex Spellman, who came out of Group A, had a couple of days away, but it's not looked like he's had any time off the board, has it?
No, definitely not. He came out all guns blazing, didn't he? And, you know, the way that he just took Brian apart in that first match was, yeah, I'm quite glad I'm in the commentary box then rather than playing Alex. But yeah, he showed his class here. Took out the 96 in the last leg to beat him for an 11 darter. What way to wrap the match up?
What in particular did he do so well?
He just did everything right. He didn't do nothing wrong. And, you know, you have to remember halfway through the match that Brian actually missed 140 checkout to go 2-2 with him. You know, and there's things with darts where it's all about timing, where it only takes one thing to go another way and it changes the whole complex of the match.
As for Andy Boulton, he got through, but boy, did he make it hard work for himself.
It's never easy to get through a group like that. Andy knows that. When he lost his first match, he knew that he had to beat Alex. And that is a difficult fixture this week. And he's had 3 great battles with him already. And I think he sneakily suspected that it was going to go all the way. But what he's got in the tank is something that Keegan and I were talking about in commentary. When you can use that resolve on tap, it is quite an incredible thing to have in the locker all the time. He never seems to lack it. And towards the end, when he hit the final double, you saw what it meant to him, because we've spoken to him a lot over the last couple of months. He hasn't got that series title yet, and he's already seen Scott Taylor last week get a 3rd weekly title. In a funny sort of way, that might have motivated him even more.
In Group 2, Dean Finn has said all week and he said all night that he's going to play as the underdog. He isn't playing like one, is he?
No, far from it. Yeah, to be fair to Dean, what did he do wrong against Martin Turner? Absolutely nothing. And even in that last match, well, even, like I said, against Martin Turner, he played fantastic. And do you know what? You have to feel for Martin, because he did nothing wrong in 2 games, and yet he come out winning just 1 leg.
What in particular about Dean has all week long impressed you, Nico?
I'm not really sure yet. I think all in good time. We might look back on this week, whatever happens in the semi-finals and possibly the final, that this was the starting point for Dean doing some stuff. I tried to liken him to Tom Sykes earlier this week, because when Tom first came here, he just narrowly missed out on Saturday. But then the next time he came around, he started to figure it out. And everyone's talking about Tom right now. He's back into Champions Week again here in the series. So someone from a great darting country like Ireland, you see the amount of maximums he hits, the ceiling of performance, which is, I might add, nowhere near his best that he's telling us about. I'm not really sure what to make of him yet, because I still think there's a lot to learn.
And he's very quick to point out as well, he's just missed out on the ADC Global Championship. He lost out in the final to Conor Heenan, missing darts to win that particular final. The other player who made it through, Romeo Gerbavac, who was so consistent in Group B. He's into the semi-finals, but it hasn't felt like he's got out of fifth gear just yet.
No, definitely not. And the way that he once again, alluding to his match against Martin Turner, it was 1-2-4. It just looked so effortless. And as soon as it went in, it was just like, I got this, come on. And he always looked to winner in that match. Always looked to winner.
Well, he's going to be in the semi-finals. The Super 4 are in the Final 4. This is how tonight's gone from a results perspective. In fact, all but one game this evening's gone against the throw so far. So how important could that be when Alex Spellman takes on Romeo Gerbavac and Dean Finn takes on Andy Boulton? Interestingly, Nico, you spoke about how 5 players for Group A made it through to the finals. All 4 players in those semis started the week.
I'm not surprised to see that. I think Martin should be very proud that he's made Saturday, but I think people may have seen him tonight as the person that they can take out. It has proven to be the case. Martin will come back and Martin will succeed. I've got every faith in that because I think he's starting a new journey right now, and tonight was a bonus. But we've got 4 players, and some of those players, they've got winning on their mind more than some others. You look at the debutant Gerbavac, the debutant Finn, but Spellman and Boulton have got very different motives. Spellman hasn't won a weekly title yet, and Boulton is all about repeating success. He might not have a PDC Pro Tour title, but since he got his first challenge to a title, he just wanted more and more and more. And this means a lot to Andy, but there are people out there who really can take him out.
Out of the Final 4, Keegan, who seems to be the standout player?
It's a coin toss between all 4 of them. I hate to be the man that sits on the fence once again, but everybody tonight they've taken the chance. Like we alluded to earlier, the 2 lads in the Group B, they've taken the golden ticket. Who's to say they're not going to meet in the final? Do you know what? Yeah.
If they do, it'll be a very different game to what we've just seen, because the adrenaline levels are different. And when the adrenaline climbs, I think we'll get more 180s and more urgency from Romeo, but he's got a rather big American in his way first, and he's got to worry about Alex before he even thinks about a final.
Right, lads, you've got a nice short step over to the commentary box. I've got to sprint to the stage because the semi-finals are about to begin here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as we enter the final quarter of Super Series 9. And what a series it's been so far. Going to a very high power. It's a perfect power so far. Like father, like son. Like father, like son. Double 18. Mason Whitlock hits the 9th darter.
Mason Whitlock.
Here at the Live Lounge.
Double 19. And Storbutt doesn't need to practice. Can he do it? This time he can, and get through. But it's the only one he needs. Just needed to check that the treble was in. And the good news is the double is as well.
And a double in this contest. He couldn't sweep in again, could he? It was the 150 in the last leg. It's the 135.
Series 9, week 7. It's the Highlander, John Henderson.
Oh, he was so close. So close.
I think so. The one time that I played early in the schedule, I didn't make the semi-finals. The twice that I did,
starts to get the better of John Worsley. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening and welcome along to the Modus Super Series. It's Series 9, Week 9, it's finals night, and it's time for our first semi-final from the Live Lounge Portsmouth. Let's toe the hockey and let's meet the first set of semi-finalists. From Croatia, Romeo Gerbavac. And from the United States of America, the Jackal, Alex Spellman.
Here we go with semi-final 1 in week 9 then. And it is a battle of two players that started their week on Monday morning. More than 5 days later, here they are. This could be the last match they play this week, but they are imploring with every single quality they've got left that this will be the penultimate game that they've got here in week 9. The Jackal from North Carolina, looking to go one better than Stowe Bunce from a few weeks back. Bunce failed to make the final. If Spellman can make it, he'll have a chance to get his first weekly title. But it will be a first final for either player when someone makes it. We've seen Americans come and go over the last 8.5 series. But as far as Croatia is concerned, it's almost like an untapped resource.
First leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
Unleashing talent through all the possible channels now. And so far, look, when did you ever think we would get a Croatian and American in Portsmouth
81
on a Saturday night? 7 years ago.
Darts is a little bit different now. I've done a lot of research over the last couple of years
85
about the difference in nations and who is representing at certain times. You go back 23, 24 years to PDC World Championships and 90% of the players are English. Now, what you've got are 4 players left in
81
this Super Series weekly finals night. 4 different countries: America, Croatia, Scotland, and Ireland.
55
None of them are English. That is happening more than ever. And Portsmouth has become a hub.
58
You know, I think all you have to do is, you know, look at the Americans, how they're playing the game at the moment. You know, when I remember as a kid watching, when you used to watch them at the Desert Classic
79
and whatnot, where they would turn up. If they won, they won. If they lose, they, you know, they played the part. And I wouldn't say making up the numbers because that's
45
cruel, but they just turned up. And you look at the plays that America are producing. You know, I think if these players were playing 20 years ago, I think a lot more Americans
98
would have done better at things like the Desert Open.
I think you're right. I think the effect that
140
the Americans will have
Alex Maguire,
on the next
88
generation could be very profound. Spellman needs 88 for the first leg to keep the advantage of throw. And it is bullseye.
63 Romeo required 92
Is the bull part of this play?
For me, yes. For Romeo, no.
66 Alex
Okay,
required
we're
25
seeing double 13 left this week more than ever.
Is that the first sign of pressure?
13 left. Next door to double 13 left.
21 Romeo required 26
What an opportunity to break Alex's throw.
Interesting.
So I think the previous throw, I think he was too relaxed. I think he just threw it at 14 and it just went into the double.
Game shot the
How
first
good is that
leg.
dart?
Romeo Gerbavac.
That might just be one of the best darts he's thrown tonight. Really did
Second leg,
caress
it's
the
Romeo
barrel
to
on the
throw
way
first.
through
Game on.
and finds that break of throw immediately after the mistakes from Spellman.
I think that's the thing. You know, we all
16.
Everybody wants to be thrown with 100 average and whatnot, but it's legs like that 1 in 21 darts that, you know, it just shows you that the players are now realising
41.
what they're up against. You know, what's at the end of the rainbow as such.
I think there's one situation this week that might
100.
convince people as to how much Romeo's learned about himself this week. When these guys played their first game on Monday afternoon, Spellman won 4-0.
100.
With an average of 83.5. Gerbavac didn't even average 80.
97.
About 21 hours later, Gerbavac did beat Spellman 4-2 with an average of over 104.5. So his learning window and his rebound, it is very, very quick.
82.
Consequently, that 104.5 is his second best performance of the week. It's a solid ton.
How much pressure can Romeo put? Alex is 80 under, and so far, it's a good attempt.
130. Alex, you got
If he was going to pick your darts there, he would have picked that exactly how they went in. So Alex now 80, so he's looking for another big 20 to leave tops. Just got in, so it's double top.
60. Romeo, you require 32.
Romeo's getting chances, and he's not been wasting them over the last few days. He's not wasting his chances here.
Gerbavac.
There's one time in the last few days where Romeo has
Third
looked
leg,
a
it's
little
Alex to
lost.
throw first. Game on.
I'm not talking about that last group game against Dean Finn. It was on Thursday night. When he started the Group B campaign, people were hitting him hard.
140.
They were playing their best games against him, and he was thinking, what is this group about? What Alex is doing in this match right now is exactly the opposite to that. He's offering chances to Romeo on a plate, and he is taking them.
55.
It's like we said, you know, when you were, the first part of the evening, you've always got, there's always you always got a relaxed part where you know you could lose a match and still qualify, and it's always the semis that brings out the pressure plays. And at the moment, Romeo, in my opinion, Romeo is actually dealing better with this pressure than Alex.
He is. Unquestionably.
100.
Even a ton there is something he's disappointed with. But then again, we do classify a ton as disappointing when the first start is a treble.
How times have changed.
96. Romeo, 164.
Another one. For the bullseye.
139.
There was a shadow
Alex,
over the bullseye
119.
when that 25 was hit. And Spellman now needs to take 119. Does he need the bull? No. It's double 13 again.
106. Romeo required 25.
For 3-0, it's double 8.
Game shot
And
in the third
Romeo
leg.
Gerbavac
Romeo
is within
Gerbavac.
one leg of the final. These two have had
Fourth
the
leg is
biggest
Romeo to throw
journeys
first.
to
Game on.
Portsmouth here this week. And only one of them can survive.
I don't know about you, Paul, but there's something in the wall with this double 13 today. I've never seen it left and hit so many times
45.
over the 2 sessions.
Absolutely. Almost makes you think that someone's going to hit it to win this week. It's very rarely hit. In fact, it's the second
60.
rarest double that is hit to win legs. Double 17 is the rarest, of course. And double 13's only ever been hit once to win a
85.
world title. In half a century.
trying to think what one. I'm trying to think what World Championship it was now.
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tease you.
135.
This is a brilliant performance. It actually feels a lot better than the stats would tell you. But from here, Spellman's got to be spellbinding.
So Romeo now, I think, can just hit one decent treble to first 59. Poke finish. But Alex on 205, able to make some dent. Yeah, this is last chance saloon sort of situation. Is he going to go for the 25 with the ball? And he does. Clever board management there to leave a 2-darter rather than a 3-darter if he stayed up on the 20s.
Oh, that is such a big dart.
100.
If Spellman doesn't take this, Romeo's got himself in 2-dart range. Or 2 singles and a double to win. He's going to get a chance.
25.
To be in the final on debut.
Pressure's a weird thing, what it does to players.
Pressure is a privilege. And tops.
57.
Wow, that
Alex
wasn't
requires
close.
75.
He's human. And Spellman is still kicking in this one. Can he find... Oh, no. It's all gone wrong.
39. Romeo required 20.
And Romeo can be the man who brings the guillotine down on the jackal.
Game shot and the match. Romeo Gerbavac.
Romeo makes the final. The job is not done, but Romeo is now in the championship match in week 9. And he wins by 4 legs to 0. Nobody saw that coming. It was a very nervous game for 2 people who were looking to make their first final. But Gerbavac is the man who makes it through, and you can see why. It was all about the doubles. 4 from 8, 50% is good enough, and now we find out who plays Romeo in that final. Is it Dean Finn, or is it Andy Boulton to have a crack at a 3rd weekly title?
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Modus Super Series. It's Series 9, it's Week 9, and it's finals night here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's toe the hockey and meet our second set of semi-finalists. From the Republic of Ireland, on debut, Dean Finn. And from Scotland, twice a weekly winner, the X Factor, Andy Boulton.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view.
And in the words of Henry Deacon, let's tour the hockey for the penultimate time tonight. Because now, Romeo Gerbavac is sitting in the practice room contemplating the possibility of winning the title, but he'll have to go through one of these two. Boulton still in search of a return to Champions Week. If he doesn't beat Dean Finn, though, this week will be won by a debutant. And that doesn't happen very often. Particularly in this series. Because there's only been one debutant to win the title. That was Kai Gotthard in week 4. The rest of them are ridiculously experienced. We are on a 4-week streak of people winning titles before and then getting another one in the bank. 6 of the 8 winners in this series have already won before. Only Andy Hamilton and Kai Gotthard hadn't won before this series.
First leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on!
So what's it going to be? Is it going to be Dean Finn against Gerbavac again? Or will Andy have a crack at another weekly title?
Do you know what? I'm going to be honest. I've said it all night.
180!
I'm going to go for the 2 lads with the golden ticket.
It's not a bad start.
140!
We've had some good darts tonight. Some very good darts tonight.
To be fair, let's be honest, we've had good darts all day.
Yes, we have. I think the ladies who played this afternoon
46.
deserve a wheelbarrow full of credit, because the WADC Championship Tour Finals,
100!
for the second time, it was fabulous. And it will be the turn of the men next Saturday afternoon. And I'd like to sit here and tell you that you can come along and watch it, but it's sold out.
44.
After the 180 start,
95.
Dean Finn has slowed down somewhat. Only scoring 90 points with his last 2 visits.
Yeah, there's nothing worse.
134.
There's nothing worse as a dart player as the Paul when you've banged in 180 at the first possible chance, and then having 2 trebleless throws, and the opponent's in front of you.
98.
That's what Andy
Dean
does.
required 97.
He doesn't max all the time, but he's just a bit more consistent than most people you will play against. See, that's an interesting play from Finn, because earlier this
57.
week,
Andy required
in spots
68.
like that, he was going for double-double. There, he decided not to.
So he's playing more of a conservative route.
Correct.
36.
Now, it may pay dividends.
Dean, you require 40.
So Dana looking at tops to hold throw in his first leg. And he does so
Game start the first
with a
leg.
solid 16
Dean Finn.
darter.
2 of the best darting nations on
Second
earth.
leg is Andy to throw
Ireland
first.
and Scotland.
Game on.
One nation has been to a PDC World Cup final. One nation has won it multiple times. But the Irish have been doing great
60.
things. at this level in darts for the last 5-6 years. The likes of Keane Barry winning pretty much everything at youth level. You had John O'Shea winning the World Masters in 2019. And recently, Robin Byrne winning the Europe Cup singles.
So darts is in a fantastic position, isn't it, in Ireland? Well, across the whole of Ireland. What would Dean do just to get into the final this evening?
Here's something to chew on if you're thinking about how this game's going to go.
100.
The first person to beat Dean Finn this week was Andy Boulton.
81.
But if I may be honest, this is already, 5 days later, a very different Dean Finn.
Yeah, most certainly.
Fast-tracked experience. That's what you get by playing 5 days leading to Saturday.
And that is the nature of the beast, isn't it? Well, no 2 days are the same, are they, on Super Series?
Never a truer word spoken.
100. Dean, you require 132.
And Dean could be stretching that lead however he wants to get it. Fascinating. It makes a lot of sense.
92.
Well, yeah, I'll be honest, in 20 years of playing darts, I've never thought about, setting up a shot. Well, going for the checkout and then setting it up after you've missed it. And, I do say to so many people,
Dean, you require 40.
Why make darts any harder than it is? But Dean, fair play to him. I've learned 2 things tonight just from him.
Can he hit tops? He does.
Game shot on the second leg. Dean Finn.
Great execution. You're going to be practicing that 1-3-2, aren't you?
Yeah, I will be. Yeah, 100%.
Third leg, it's Dean to throw first.
Oh, come on, Keegan. We've got to be honest.
On.
We've got you in our presence right now. I'm not going to let you forget that when you beat Michael van Gerwen on the European Tour, you took it 152 with 57, 57, 38.
Wow.
So there's precedent for him doing this. He might have learned it from you.
So the only issue with me, I've got a bit of a photographic memory. So as much as I did beat Michael twice on the Euro Tour, I actually hit the 152 at the Grand Prix.
97.
But you did hit it.
I did hit it against Michael van Gerwen, so yes, you are right. And to be fair, I was playing in Ireland, so in theory, I was in Europe. So yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that.
So what's to say
58.
that he didn't open up the can of worms of finishing that he's got because he was watching you do it first?
But to be fair, it's a funny way if you're going for 18s for 152, isn't it?
140.
Now I'm starting to realise that if Andy is to get that third weekly title, he's going to have to do it maybe the hardest way he's ever got one. Because Dean Finn is not relenting.
180.
To be fair, this semi-final, he's not let up just anything.
140.
Where have we seen that 124 number before? Plenty of times tonight. And I assure you, Andy's not going to start on treble 18.
Then you're going to go back-to-back 180s.
135. And you've got 124.
There's massive pressure on this.
It's gone from just, maybe
56.
taking it out to then
Dean,
having to take it
85.
out. And Dino's got brilliant chance in 85 to go 3-0 up against Andy. They'd be looking at a 28. Looking at bullseye to make it 3-0.
46.
Weight of dart was
Andy
perfect, but there was a
68.
little drift there. Andy clinging on with his fingertips right now. Double 4.
64.
He can't find it.
And Andy knows that's a missed opportunity gone there.
Dean, you require 39.
Double 10.
Game
So
starting third
good under
leg.
pressure.
Dean Finn.
3 out of 6. And if we may just flash
Fourth leg
this
is
up,
Andy to throw first. Game on.
he's done this tonight already. 3-0 up, averaging 93.94. All he's doing is playing well and repeating it.
100.
And to be fair, he's actually hit his wooden legs in the same order as he did in his previous match against Martin early this evening.
This is not a repeat.
No.
This is just Dean Finn playing
41.
to a level that is slightly better than what we've seen consistently this week. And there's one thing that we didn't address before the semi-finals, Keegan.
100.
There was only one semi-finalist that hadn't lost tonight, and that was Dean.
Yes, I always
46.
at Ludo and darts, when you win in, it breeds confidence, and when you're confident, you win. And tonight, you know, you look at Dean
100.
playing fantastic, absolutely playing fantastic, and you know he's probably thinking, you know what, this leg. No, not so much Andy, because obviously Andy's gone down, and you know after 9 darts he scored 300.
119.
And he's probably, do you know what? It's my throw next. And, you know, let's see what I can do.
Yeah, this is a bonus opportunity to get himself into the
100.
final. But this is Andy on a 5-ton game. This is the start of him trying to chip away.
And to be fair to Andy,
Andy got 101.
another situation where the player against Dean's done nothing wrong.
He doesn't get the
49.
5-ton game. There will be pressure coming his way. Here it comes. That's very sensible.
Andy got 52.
To cling on. It's double 16.
Game shot in the
And if there's
fourth
one
leg,
thing we
Andy
know about
Boulton.
Andy, is that he will refuse to wilt. He will give everything
Fifth
he's
leg
got
is Dean to throw
while
first.
he's got
Game
it.
on.
This is the leg you were talking about, Keegan.
100.
He's thinking about getting the job done now. Not 4-2, not 4-3. Get it done 4-1, and then take a few deep breaths and take on Romeo again.
100.
There is not 0.1% of his being right now that is thinking that this is going to be 4-2 or closer.
What would Dean do for that 15 darter? Takes out on 15.
140.
And he's going to have to take out on 12.
So if Finn gets a 12 darter, he's in the final.
Yeah.
Because Andy can't get a 9.
140.
Even if, obviously, Andy went 180, 180, it would have left 41, and Dean still would have took out the 12. Probably looking down at the 19s now. Needs to go back up for the 20s. And he does.
94.
So the 12 darters still on.
Really good thinking, that. It's like you two are simpatico. Oh, but that's better.
167.
It is a chance to win. It would equal the biggest finish of the week.
You're going to go for the ball, 54.
131.
Well, now Andy needs to hit the
121.
1-2-1 for the 12. And he's not going to. Dean Finn is 1 dart away from a debut final
81.
against
Dean
fellow
36.
debutant Romeo Gerbavac. Double 9.
27.
Not yet.
Andy Uguaya 40.
And we've seen stranger things this week, haven't we? Double top. And
Game
he's still
start the fifth
there.
leg, Andy Boulton.
And just like that, we're back and throw.
Let me give
Sixth
you a
leg is
simile
Andy to throw first.
that is
Game on.
somewhat comical, but very appropriate. Getting rid of Andy Boulton on a dartboard is like trying to push a 10-pin bowling ball with a feather.
140.
Yes, that is a good one. That is a good one.
There are certain players, when you run into them, you think, I'm going to have to think
41.
my way through this game. Because if I make one error, they're going to be there just to pick up the pieces. Robert Thornton was like that.
100.
Andy Boulton's like that.
Yeah, there's a... Wow, I'm just trying to think of all the names
58.
that we would have both played over the years where they might have not been the elite with your Phils, your Michaels, but they were always
140.
there. They were always there. They never give in. And, you know, people like Darren Webster, where...
That's a great example.
You know, yeah, it's just...
78. Andy got 121.
Yeah, I think dart players, we're a different breed. And to be fair, all the years I've ever played darts, we never all give in. We never give in at all. And I think that's the only similarity between all of our
53.
games.
But some people exude it just a bit more obviously over the course of time. Boulton again on 68.
77. Andy acquires 68.
Was that double 18 the only shot that Finn was going to get? Well, what Andy was trying to do there
41.
was hit two big singles to leave double 16. And he's ended up leaving 27.
$120.
And Finn is only 100 behind.
Andy acquired 27.
Huge credit to him for the bounce back after the fallout. What is the fallout from this?
Game shot on the stick leg. Andy Boulton.
It's a 7-leg game. What looked almost academic.
Seventh and final
when Finn
leg,
was
it's
leaving
Dean to
36
throw
after
first.
12.
Game on.
He misses double 18 twice and he misses double 9 and Boulton swoops. Now, who wins? The bowling ball or the feather?
60.
Do you know who we need in this situation? Big Ernie McCracken.
$100.
You know that Andy's going to try and ton down here, don't you? Because that's what he does. One treble a visit. This is what these players do. It's like trying to chip away at a tree with a blunt axe.
59.
Stick to your task, it will fall.
It's like we were saying to earlier, you know, obviously we were alluding to earlier, well, Andy's now just playing high school, isn't he?
Yep.
Just playing, all he needs to do is beat
85.
the school. Just beat the school. If you beat the school, you will win.
If Dean gets 60, I'll get 100. He gets 100, I'll get 125. He gets a 140. I'll stick with him.
84.
It's still advantage Boulton. It's the first 4-3 scoreline tonight since Boulton beat Alex Spellman just to stay in the tournament. It's a 2-treble visit, and that's exactly what Finn needs to get to a finish.
85.
Oh, how things can change.
That's
If
why.
if this is a tennis match, it would be advantage Boulton.
Andy looking at the 19s.
59.
Dina, he has got an outside chance here. Needs at least 2 trebles just to get below 100.
Yeah, but there's a number he's thinking about, isn't there? 177. That's plan A. Plan B is 73 left.
Both of them are still on the cards.
That's really good.
121. Andy got 120.
Dean's had his chance to win the match. Seems like a long time ago. Andy will need Dean to miss again.
41.
And that has not worked out very well, that third dart.
92. Is he going to go
Dean,
for
you
it?
require
Or is he going to
92.
go for the 25 option.
What would a caddy say to his golfer right now? Take that club and trust it. Pick your method here and trust it. Double 18 has cost him
44.
yet again.
Andy requires 79.
How many darts can Andy get to win this semi-final?
Should be looking at the 19s here. So we've got 2 darts, double 11.
Oh,
Game's
he's done it
up,
again.
And the match, Andy Boulton.
He is impossible to get rid of this week. So far, Dean Finn on debut has had a sensational campaign, and I am positive we are going to see a lot of that lad in 2025. He's made a name for himself in Portsmouth this week, but he was up against one of the Super Series greats in Andy Boulton, who could be even greater in a matter of 30 minutes because he could be another win into his legacy in Portsmouth. 3 weekly wins beckon for Boulton if he can take out Romeo Gerbavac in the Week 9 final.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final is now set in stone. We are going to see the debutant in action. Andy Bolt's going to be in action up against Romeo Gerbavac, who dispatched of Alex Spellman in the first semi-final. We've been watching all the action in the company of Paul Nicholson and Keegan Brown throughout the course of the evening. Let's go in chronological order. And I want to begin by talking about Alex Spellman, who had such a good week. He played so well in the group stages, but it seemingly unravelled in the semi-finals.
Yeah, it didn't come together in the knockout match in the semi-final. You just feel that he looked a little bit nervous in that game. And it's okay to be nervous in those moments as long as you can manage it. But Romeo found himself in the lead and didn't necessarily look back too much. He didn't need a vintage performance, but he was clinical towards the end.
We've been speaking about Romeo all evening. He hasn't maybe been at his sparkling best, but what he has been able to do, as Nico's rightly said, is when opportunities knocked, he's been able to take hold of those chances.
Yeah, definitely. I felt in the semi-finals against Alex, he put him under pressure, and he put Alex in. It's the first time I've seen anyone put Alex under such pressure, and to be fair, deserved to win.
Second semi-final went the distance. Dean Finn raced away into a lead against Andy Boulton. We spoke a week that 3-0 leads only get overturned once in a week. Well, it seemingly happened every single day this week.
It's happened a lot this week, hasn't it? And it serves as a warning to future weeks that when you get to 3-0, maintain intensity, maintain focus, and make sure you get the job done, because 3-0 is not safe. I say this all the time, and it's a great discussion topic amongst people who work in our industry, that darts is such a fair sport because you are never given a leg, you're never given a match. You've got to get over the line and you've got to hit that final shot, and if you can't, you don't win. And tonight, unfortunately for Dean Finn, he wasn't able to hit the final shot.
Did it feel like experience and inexperience came into play towards the latter end of that contest?
Yeah, I think when obviously Dean missed his opportunity, Andy does what he does, but he cleaned up. And like we just said, experience won I don't think experience won the match, but I think experience won the last 3 legs.
So we know the final is Romeo Gerbavac up against Andy Boulton. In matter of fact, they have played each other all 6 days this week. How interesting a complexion could that be going into the final?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting because you and I were watching Andy and Romeo playing last night. It looked a little icy. I don't know if it was just our perception of the situation. I think this is a great match. A particularly good one for Romeo because it's a barometer of where he goes next. As for Andy, we know he's coming back here towards the end of the year for the Global Championship in the ADC. But he would like to spend a bit more time here because there's something missing from his CV. And in order to get the chance of that series title, he's got to beat Romeo.
Well, we'll talk more about the final in just a second, but we're heading towards the final furlongs as far as Series 9 of the Modus Super Series is concerned. Week 10 gets underway on Monday morning, and we've got some big names in action. We're going to see the likes of Johan Brouwer, how excited he is when he enters the Super Series stage. He's going to be taking on Richie Burnett. That's going to be such an intriguing encounter. And we're also going to see Rhys Robinson in action, twice weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. When you put all of those players into one melting pot, Keegan, you've got 3 players, and you've got Tommy Morris in there, and you've got Neil Duff in there, that all play with a real intensity. This could be very interesting. In fact, what happens around the hockey could be as interesting as what happens on the board.
Well, let's be honest, how much testosterone is going to be in that practice room next week? And do you know what? It's going to be one of them days where it's going to be one of them weeks where they're all going to egg each other on. And do you know what? If they're going to egg each other on, it's going to bring the best out of them all.
What in particular are you looking forward to watching next week? Because you're going to be in the commentary box for it.
Well, myself and Chris Mason are going to be in the commentary box for most of next week. And I think as you get towards the end of a campaign, say week 10, 11 and 12, the thing that excites me the most is that you can actually smell Champions Week when it's getting closer. And the opportunity to change your darting life in as little as 3 weeks, that's the biggest thing. But we're going to look at people towards the end of the last series of 2024, and there are going to be people coming here under this roof who have got very big ambitions for the rest of this year. It's not just the Super Series title that they want to get in week 10, it's to get the chance to win the series, maybe to become global champion, and in some cases, they have ambitions to go to Alexandra Palace and beyond.
Well, so far in Series 9, experience really has run out, and that's been the winner of the day. So many players in that Champions Week field have played at Champions Weeks previously, have played at Champions Nights previously, and in the case of Andreas Harrison, Keegan, have won the title here.
And that's the thing. It's, with darts and all, it's just going to be a good week of darts, isn't it? And that's the thing. That's what we all want, and have the people around us and making the competitions better. It's a breed for success for everyone.
Well, let's have a look and see what's happened this evening, because the final is about to get underway between Romeo Gerbavac and Andy Boulton. It's been an intriguing evening's worth of darts. Actually, midway through the night, Andy Boulton was in a precarious position, but he managed to squeeze his way through in the end, winning his last group game. In fact, 4-3 has been the score of the night as far as the X Factor is concerned. For Romeo Gerbavac, well, he made it through, but he finished second in his group, so he had to take on Alex Spellman and dispatched of him immaculately. Let's talk about that final, and I want to talk about the complexion of Romeo and Andy, because you've got that inexperience of Romeo on this stage, a debutant, but he's not an inexperienced player in terms of stage environments. He's learning all the time. We've seen him at the World Cup, played superbly for Croatia. He's one of those players that we tend to see here that just continually grows every single time that we see him in a big arena.
We can talk about Romeo in a few different ways. He comes from Croatia, but he lives in Germany. We saw Kai Gotthard here in week 4, and Romeo was playing darts in Germany a lot. So he's reaping the benefits of one of the hottest countries on earth when it comes to this sport. The experience that he's gained by living in Germany and playing there, he's brought that here, and he's been very, very dangerous, in the same sort of way that Kai Gotthard was a few weeks back. So Andy will understand very, very well just what kind of player he's going to be up against. Not just because he's played him the last 5 days, but consider that he's been in 2 finals with Sebastian Białowski as well. It's the same sort of system. You're getting a young player who's very hungry, who practices every single day of their lives. It's just another opponent who's come off the conveyor belt of Eastern or Middle Europe, and now we want more of them, but it seems like they're all trying to take Andy out.
In terms of Andy Boulton, he survived a few scares this evening, but with his vast experience, is he just going to treat this as another game?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we all know what Andy can do. We all know how he's going to win. And, you know, sometimes people say he was fortunate to get into a position that he did, but he wasn't. He played himself in a position and he won. And I think that's what people forget. But with Andy, he's just going to attack it like another game of darts.
We've always said how Andy Boulton's one of the greats in this building. He can really solidify that if he makes it through to a third Champions Week.
Yeah, I felt like there was something in the water a little bit when Scott Taylor was on this stage a week ago. My immediate thought was Andy Boulton's in next week, and Scott Taylor's beaten him in a final before, and now Scott's got 3 titles. Andy will see that and think, well, I want 3 as well. He could have had more than 3. He's been in other finals and has been stopped. So I think he's the favourite for the final because of the way he approaches every game he plays. I think he's got a real spirit behind him this week because he wants to finish this year the right way. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of lead he can get if he can.
Well, chaps, thank you very much. We'll let you two head up to the commentary box. It's the final game of a Super Saturday here at the Super Series. Early on this afternoon, Gemma Hayter picked up the WADC Championship Tour Finals title, beating Fallon Sherrock by 4-0 in the finale. And come 10:30 this evening, we're going to crown a second winner of the day. Andy Boulton is looking for title number 3. Romeo Gerbavac is looking to win on debut in front of a jam-packed crowd here in Portsmouth that have enjoyed a double session of darts. And if you want to be a part of it, the Darty Party in Pompey is open every single Saturday. This is it. This is the main event. Good evening and a very warm welcome to the Modus Super Series. It's Series 9, it's Week 9, it's Finals night. And it is now time for the final here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's toe the hockey and let's meet the finalists. First of all, a twice weekly champion from Scotland, the X Factor, Andy Boulton. And Andy's opponent in this final, on his debut all the way from Croatia, a star of their World Cup of Darts team. Please welcome Romeo Gerbavac.
Baby girl love my vibe and I like me too.
Does anybody fancy a final? Well, you've come to the right place. Week 9 in Series 9. Well, it hasn't given us a 9-darter yet, and we've never had a 9-darter on a Saturday night. It was probably a lot to ask, wasn't it? However, we are about to get a winner on debut or a 3-time winner in this guy, Andy Boulton. Someone who desperately craves success when he comes to Portsmouth. His second home of such in darts these days. He is a regular fixture. Tonight, he was making his 8th appearance in Saturday nights in 8 attempts. And Romeo Gerbavac is making his first from 1 attempt. So they have something in common, albeit with a bit of a gap of experience. They're both perfect in making Saturdays in their weekly campaigns. How do they fare in this final? Best of 7 legs
First leg,
for the
it's
last
Andy to
time
throw
this
first.
week.
Game on!
That's what they want. And Andy has hoisted that twice before.
140.
And what a start there for Mand.
The
134.
adrenaline's going to be pumping in this game. We could definitely get the best from both. We want the best of both worlds, don't we? Like Henry mentioned,
95.
just before the final, they have met 5 times this week already.
59.
If you want an indication of how this final could go, Romeo has won 4 of them.
96.
Wow. You know, sometimes, you know, for different players, it's good to know what they've been doing during the week, but
98.
sometimes
Andy, you've got
it
170.
don't matter if you've lost to somebody 5 times or 6 times or 4 times, because this is the one that matters the most.
That's absolutely right.
98.
If you play someone 6 times in a week, that's a great sign. It means that you are in finals night. The maximum amount you can play someone in a week is 7 times.
Andy, you've got 72.
6 they'll take, and 72 after 12 they will both take. Double 16.
56.
Andy has
Romeo,
had a couple of
you require
flyers
72.
tonight. Different route for Romeo.
60.
And that leg isn't done.
Andy requires 16.
Andy needs double 8 again. He spent a bit more time on that third dart.
Romeo, you require 12.
And it didn't pay off.
So Romeo got a good chance here to break the throw. 2 threes. And he
Game
does.
start in the first leg. Romeo Gerbavac.
Why do I get the feeling that Romeo is urging himself to put
Second leg,
everything
it's Romeo
he's
to
got
throw
left into this
first.
game?
Game on.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it's been a long week, and it all comes down
85.
to best of 7 legs. And sometimes it's all about conserving the energy at the right stage. And I think he's done that brilliant tonight. And do you know what? He knows he's here. He knows what he has to do. He just has to keep doing what he's been doing all night. And he knows he's going to win it. And it's the same logical explanation for Andy. But either way, we're in for a cracking final.
How many times can Boulton lose at the start of a match like this
100
and keep fighting back?
If you give him the opportunity, you always will.
He lost to Raman 4-3.
140.
He made that a very difficult match for the Riddler. Ultimately, he didn't even get out of the group. Then he beat Spellman just to get into the semi-finals.
Oh,
168. Romeo 136.
And just like that, Romeo's -2 against Andy.
45. Andy 134.
Looking for 94 now.
58. Romeo require 91.
Now, is he going to attack it? Or was he going for the 25? Looking at 14s. Double 16.
59. Andy requires 76.
Believe it or not, that double 16 dart was for 6 consecutive legs in knockout darts here. He won his semi-final 4-0. Double top. Massive.
Game start in the second leg. Andy Boulton.
He looks almost surprised that he hit that one. You shouldn't be surprised, Andy. But as he bobs
Third
the
leg,
neck
it's Andy to throw
backwards
first.
and forwards, side to
Game
side,
on.
Mike Tyson style.
What a start to this final from both players.
Small matter of over 20 years difference in age between these two players, and quite a few kilometres as well.
99.
I maintain that Scott Taylor winning last week, I am sure that's fired Andy up, because he wants that third weekly title.
134.
He wants to join the likes of Harrison and Labanauskas and Taylor.
140.
Sykes. Hogan.
You know, that's the beauty of the beast, isn't it? Where when you watch other people come, obviously coming through, and they start winning on Saturday more and more often, it gets you more geared up. You know, you want to start. You know, you want to break their records. And you know, at the moment, both players, I know we're only in the third leg, but you know, both players
99.
averaging north of the 90 mark.
Romeo require 126.
And at this stage of a week, you have no excuse not to. Bullseye.
101. And you got 108.
Both players getting plenty of chances in this final so far. We've seen 12 darts at a double in 2 hits. And that puts pay to that. That small miss in the small 5 means that Romeo comes back for 25. And it is a break chance as well. Andy Boulton won the bull in the practice room prior to this final. The only bullseye shootout we have all week.
Romeo required 25.
So looking at a big 9 for double 8.
Game start in the third leg. Romeo Gerbavac. Fourth leg is Romeo to throw first. Game on.
I was looking at the PDC Europe Super League results yesterday when Kai Gotthard won. And people shouldn't
14.
be surprised that he won that, considering the feed-on effect of what this place can do. People leave after winning on a Saturday night, then they do go and do other stuff.
99.
In the previous series, we saw Connor Scott get his first weekly title, and it will remain his only weekly title. Possibly
45.
forever. But look at what he's done since. But there are others who start tasting success here, and then they keep coming back and getting more and more.
100.
People like Harrison, people like Sykes, and people like Boulton.
And that's the thing, it gives players a real
140.
taste of victory, you know, success. And, you know, that's the beauty of the game that we play. We all want to win. We don't go up there to lose, even though sometimes some players
73.
struggle and whatnot. But we don't go up to. We just want to win and play well at the same time.
100.
I was saying something earlier this week. There's a real paradox when it comes to playing in finals, because you want to play in a final. But there will come a time in this game
99.
where you don't want to play anymore.
Exactly.
You want to hit that final shot and you want to put those darts away. And you want to be known as
60.
someone holding a
And you
trophy,
got 130.
not still holding your darts. Romeo might not even hold his throw. Bullseye. Again.
105.
They're getting closer.
Romeo got 116.
You know, if Romeo takes us out, it will almost feel like a break for Andy. So 78 left.
56.
That first start
Andy
was a
got
bad
25.
one because it shielded that 57. And he did the right thing there. Now it's 8-8. And
shot, the
we're all
ball's there.
square.
Andy Boulton.
Unflustered. And if we may be honest, Keegan, in
Fifth
moments
leg,
like
it's
that,
Andy to throw first. Game on.
if you are a lesser player or a weaker player, that moment, it could kill you.
100%.
But Boulton was statuesque,
44.
and he said, nothing is going to bother me.
And just like that, we've gone from a best of 7 match to
92.
now a best of 3. Proper dog and duck darts.
Name your tournament. It's like the old news of the world. It's like the Red Dragon Champion of Champions.
16.
And I'll be honest, I played in that a couple of times now, and that is brutal. I think this year, you know, Jim played somebody in the first round.
99.
Hit 212 darts against Jim. Game over.
It's the way it works. Not everything can be a marathon.
99.
These players are learning about how they feel right now under this kind of
100.
pressure, and it's very different reasoning. Romeo may never have felt like this before. Andy will have. But it's how you handle your feeling of right now
100.
that will give you success,
Yeah.
or even the chance of success. But Gerbavac really has
80.
played well under pressure. Every dart on the floor like that, though, you're robbing yourself of 20 to 60 points.
And Andy showing his experience there, probably looking at the 18s.
140. Romeo got 130.
Aggressive. The 60 gets him below 60. 2 60s leaves double 5.
Game's on the 5th leg. Romeo Gerbavac.
That might be the finish of the week right there. That
6th
will
leg,
hurt.
it's Romeo to throw first.
Andy did everything right.
Game on.
from 198. He left himself a very small number. And Gerbavac with one of the best finishes he's probably ever hit.
59.
But where have we seen this before? Where Boulton is behind, but he's still got a chance.
And that's the thing. You can't give Andy a sniff because he will
60.
take it.
And this is that moment I was talking about. Romeo doesn't want to play darts anymore. He wants this finished.
100.
He wants it sewn up as quickly as he can.
And if he does win, it will be a 6th country into Champions Week. Lithuania have Darius Labanauskas. Sweden have Andreas Harrison. England have 4 players.
180.
We've got a German and a Scotsman already.
$60.
And he's not going to go quietly, though.
No. You know, actually, it's quite nice to see Andy in darts attire.
59.
You know, this week. Well, this week, yeah, because obviously last week up in Leicester, he was one of the 11 disciples dressed up as Steve Beaton.
He was.
58.
I think if he'd worn that shirt and that wig and that moustache tonight, we would have said, okay, we'll allow it. But Andy's on duty right now.
140.
There's no such thing as an Andy Boulton tribute act, because the original is still around.
98. Andy requires 62.
Speaking of being around, Andy would love this. Double 16. It's happened
46.
again.
Could be match point, championship
Romeo
point for
requires
this week.
126.
4 19s. Could have finished the job with 2 ton plus
54.
checkouts.
Andy requires 16.
Might have to do it in a last leg decider. Double 2.
12.
Wow. Rowan out. He's
Romeo
got 3
requires
darts as 72. Oh, wait, is he going to go first? So he's gone the 48 for 24. Double 12.
Game shot and the match. And the Series 9, Week 9.
What a
Registered
final.
Series champion,
Both players have played in.
Gerbavac.
It always takes 2 good players to make a good final, and that was no different. You know, both averages just shy of the 90 mark. In fact, Andy actually had the higher average with both players. You know, Romeo having a 40% checkout to, you know, Andy's unfortunately doubles let him down in that final part of the match. But yeah, but what a great career Romeo is having at the moment. And look at that, perfect. It's been a really good night here at the Modus, and I think, you know, Romeo probably played the most consistent out of the most players, and definitely deserves the victory. But just like that, I think our friend Henry is going to take over for me. So,
yeah. Thank you very much, Keegan. Romeo Gerbavac on debut, providing the goods. Croatia becoming the 14th different nation to be represented at a Super Series Champions Week, getting the better of the ultra-experienced Andy Boulton by 4 legs to 2. That 130 helping him en route. Andy Boulton mounted a comeback charge, but it was insurmountable in the end. It was the Croat that's been crowned the champion, and that crowning moment is now. Romeo Gerbavac is having a chat downstairs with Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. We have our newest winner here in Portsmouth. Your first week here, Romeo. A lot of people may not have heard of you before this week. We knew about you, but now the entire world knows how good you can be. You must be very happy.
Yes, I'm very happy. I need to say a big thank you for Alisa and John for invite me, for playing here, for believe to me. And I make this, I win the week, and this is the best. Thankful for these people who invite me.
You must be really proud that you're the first Croatian to win at the Modus Super Series?
Yes, I'm very, very proud. And all the week I playing very well. And I know it, if I coming to Saturday, I can make everything. Sometimes in the week I play very good matches and lose. And I can't believe it is. Normally, if I playing like this, I winning every time. And I coming to Modus Super Serie, I play over 90, 92, 95, and I losing. And this is something new for me. And I say, okay, Romeo, come on mentally, and come on tomorrow playing better, playing like this, and must win. And this is everything coming back. In some days, people don't missing check. Today or yesterday, this missing check coming back for my plays good for before, and this is darts.
Your first game of the week, you were 3-0 up, and you lost that game 4-3. What did you learn about yourself from Monday to Saturday this week?
I think I learn only, I know it. I start playing darts, I know it. Dart is not finished when it's not last dart is checked. I have 3-0. I don't have fear, I don't have nothing. I have good focus, good feeling, and I throwing and nothing going inside, and the opponents checking everything. This is normal, this is dart. And now some people missing, I checking and I winning. I need only stay focused, and when last dart not checked, dart is not finished.
This may seem like a really strange question, but do you like Portsmouth?
Yes, I like Portsmouth. I come in here. I like this Modus, this everything. This is high quality playing darts. This is what I want. I want to traveling all in the world for playing good darts. And I come in here and I playing better darts of what I think. I looking some things, and I look at playing good. And this week is be brutal. And I playing my best, and some matches I lose. And now, okay, must little bit more, and I win. And this I'm happy.
The reason I ask is because you have to come back here now in late November, because you have to play in the Champions Week to go for the jackpot prize. You're going to win this title tonight, but things could get even better by the end of the year.
Yes, I playing with new darts 2 weeks later, and I don't know what I can play. This is new darts, my darts coming, and I playing 2 weeks, and I coming here. And this is good for me. I know it now, I can beat everyone. If I play first legs, everyone can play 12 darts, 15 darts, and I can play this. And everything is open with me.
I won't keep you any longer. Croatia's first winner here at the Modus Super Series. Roman, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very well done. That trophy is now yours. Off you go. The Week 9 winner in Series 9 is from Croatia, Romeo Gerbavac!
Wow. What a moment for Romeo Gerbavac. He takes the congratulations of Paul Nicholson. What a conversation that was. What an intriguing interview that was. And what a week he's had. What a debut. And what an impression he has left on the Modus Super Series. I think them two could be chatting all night to one another if they could. And we've had that social organ moment. Do we go for fist bump? Do we go for handshake? Well, Romeo Gerbavac will take the adulation, the congratulation. And it is sealed with a kiss. The Croat into Champions Week. Kika Brown alongside me in the studio. Do you know what? Romeo is one of those quintessential Super Series stories. We saw him play well at the World Cup in the summer, came here, didn't quite know what we were going to expect from him. He's got better as the week's gone on, and he held his nerve at points tonight where it could have gone so badly wrong.
Yeah, 100%. And he's the one he's coming out of here with the trophy. And yeah, I think he played very consistent all night long. There was nothing at fault with any of his games. The scoring was good, the finishing was good, and that's why he won the final.
Let's talk about that final against Andy, because it was a bit of a twist and fourth game. Romeo got off to a good start. Andy comes fighting back in there. And we were wondering whether the experience of the X Factor would come into play as we head to the dying embers of that contest.
Well, that's the thing. You can never, ever give Andy a shot, because he will take it. And that's what we said. That's what we alluded to. You have to kill the opponent as soon as possible, because otherwise, if he's still got a chance, he's always going to take it.
And then that opportunity, that 130, that was probably the moment where the game changed, didn't it?
Yeah, that's a killer. That's a proper stomach punch right in the gut there. And you know what? Considering he's only played so much on the old, in Modus and on the stage, he played absolutely fantastic.
Paul Nicholson's joined us in the studio. He's made the hot foot up the stairs. They're not easy, are they? I just want to talk about Romeo and the imprint that he's made on the Super Series this week. We knew how good he was because of that run of the World Cup, but it really does feel like on his own individual basis, we may have unearthed a bit of a gem this week.
Well, this is one of the benefits of the Modus Super Series as a whole, and I think there are other organisations that deserve some credit here. Think about the opportunity to qualify for PDC European Tour events and the Eastern European qualifier. Now, I'll be honest with you, I have bagged that over the last 6 months because I don't think it's been run very well. And Romeo Gerbavac has been qualifying for events through that this season. I think what this proves is if a certain part of Europe is given more opportunity, more regularly, that we can unearth more players like him. Now, I know he lives in Germany, which is one of the hotbeds of darts in the world, but there are other players in other countries that can be found. This is motivational, not just for other players, but for people who have organisations that can find players like this, because there are stacks of them who can do this. But you've got to be able to do what Romeo's done this week. You've got to understand that this place can make you better, and that's what he was trying to tell me.
We've seen at the Super Series, Sweden win a title. We've seen Darius Labanowski's and Lithuania come close before. What this place is doing is giving nations that maybe don't get mainstream opportunities in tournaments the chance to play on a big stage, to play for big money, play in front of the cameras, and really put lesser said nations, lesser said players into the spotlight.
Yeah, definitely. And it shows that the system's working, doesn't it? You know, you've got multiple Saturday winners in this series so far, not just from one nation, but a handful of nations. So it shows that the system's working.
Going back to Romeo, he's a real character, isn't he? He's got this real enthusiastic flair about him. He's got this real enjoyment, real buzz, real love for the sport. And you can see, as you gave the trophy to him, this smile that just beams from ear to ear.
He loves this sport. He lives and breathes this sport. And whoever practices with him, whoever allows him to have the time after he's finished his shift to put in those much-needed hours, they also deserve some credit for what he's done, because they've given him the space and the time to harness his craft to a certain degree. But we're talking about a player that we might see for the last time when it comes to Champions Week, because he's got such a fast track to where he wants to be. Think about some of the darts he's thrown this week and transpond that into a European Q school. He could get through that, and we might not see him back here, if ever again. We say that every time when we come to the end of the season, but he is a find. And right now, I think Boris Krujma's thinking, I wish the World Cup was next week, because that is one heck of a wingman.
Other side of the coin, Andy Boulton, he was involved in a lot of battles tonight, just felt like one too far there.
Yeah, maybe. And to be fair to Andy, I think there was maybe two opportunities where going for double 16, he hit double 8, and it didn't just happen once, it happened twice. Don't know, lack of energy, concentration, but it's a long day for, you know, nearly a week playing solid professional darts. So maybe one too many for Andy, but hey, he gave it all, got to the final.
But this sums up amateur darts, because he's got a chance next week to put it right at the ADC Men's Tour finals.
And I sincerely hope he does. There are other players who would like to stop him, but I've said for years, I'm such a massive fan of Andy Boulton. I think the way he has been a servant to this sport over the years without a title that he can wrap around his neck and say, I won that. A lot of the stuff that he's done, you have to explain what it's about. But if you speak to someone off the street and you say that I'm a professional dart player, I've won this title, this is the biggest thing I've ever done, winning a series here would probably be the biggest thing he's ever done in the sport. But I still believe, even over the age of 50, that there are great things ahead for Andy.
Well, it's been a great night altogether here at the Live Lounge in Port. So this is what we have seen. And it's incredible to think that at the beginning of the night, Alex Spellman averaged around about a ton to get the better of Brian Raman. And at that point, we thought maybe he was going to be the player that goes on to lift the title. He was eliminated in the semi-final, beaten by Romeo by 4-0. Andy Boulton got the better of Dean Finn. Dean led 3-0. He probably will feel hurt by that when he gets back to Ireland tomorrow, that's for sure. So that's what's happened tonight, and Romeo Gerbavac joins a list of winners in Champions Week. And winners really is the correct word, because you've got two former champions, Andreas Harrison and Scott Taylor, into Champions Week. Never before has two former champions played at a subsequent Champions Week, so a little bit of history there. Darius Labanauskas and Tom Sykes have made it through to a Champions Night and deep into Champions Night. In fact, Romeo, alongside Andy Boulton and Kai Gotta, out of the 9 players we've got so far in this Champions Week field, are the only 3 that have not made it through to a Champions Week before. The strength's in depth this time, Keegan.
Wow, yeah, you got previous tour card holders, you got Challenge Tour winners, you got Senior Tour. The sky's the limit, isn't it, at the Modus? So it's, well, yeah, speechless.
Still got 3 more weeks to go.
Yeah,
we don't even know who's going to win the next 3. I mean, this is a great field, but I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but as each series goes on, we are starting to get more serial visitors to Champions Week, because we understand that as this project started, people would try to figure it out. Some people have done it better than others. But now we're getting people coming back, like Sykes and Harrison. And now that Andy Hamilton's in the Champions Week, I can probably see him coming back another couple of times next year. It's going to happen a lot more. But this is going to be a Champions Week already with a lot of experience of Champions Weeks before.
And just finally, I want to end the evening by going back to the start of the day. Just a final couple of reflections on the WADC Tour Finals, which Gemma Hayter won. She beat Fallon Sherrick in that final 4-0 in front of her home crowd. It was such a special moment for her, and such a special day as well for the WADC.
Yeah, definitely. And, it just shows that it's all possible with the ladies' game. And for Gemma to have a bit of a break and come back within a year to win against not just another ladies' dart, but to beat Fallon in the final 4-0, takes some doing.
Well, Keegan, it's been so much fun working with you today. I've actually got a little present for you before we leave, because you may have witnessed the eagle-eyed among you that before the walk-on for the final, somebody in the crowd stuck a sticker on my back of Martin Turner, which was on my blazer back as the final took place. I was completely unaware, and Keegan, I'm going to give you a present for which you can forever remember the day by.
I appreciate that.
Treasurer, he's never given me anything.
Is he not? You can have it if you want.
I'll take it. We'll share it.
We share it.
Yeah. Go on, lads, get the badge in. Guys, thank you so much for your company this evening. Thank you so much for your company at home as well. Well, we towed the Oki, didn't we, on this Saturday night? And it was the Croat Romeo Gerbavac who was the big victor. He is going to make it through to Champions Week in a few weeks' time. We'll see you spick and span Monday morning, 9:30, for more fun here at the Modus Super Series. Bye for now.
Very well done. That trophy is now yours. Off you go. The Week 9 winner in Series 9 is from Croatia, Romeo Gerbavac!